You're listening to WKDW 7.5 and KDWRadio.com, broadcasting from the District West Real Estate Mobile Tower. Sorry to interrupt your regularly scheduled program for an emergency update. I've got Rich Scruggs, who's in Northport or in North Carolina, and I've got Marie on the phone right now. Marie, can you give us an update on what you're experiencing right now in Port Charlotte? Marie, are you there?
I do not see her listed as far on here. So
you're not going to see her online. She's having difficulties. So, Rich, okay. You just got off the phone with Wayne Saladay. Can you give us an update there?
Well, it is right now going on shore. The area of Sanibel and Captiva are experiencing the worst right now of the eye wall, and just the tip of Sanibel is starting to get into the eye as we speak. The winds are still 155 miles an hour, still a Cat 4. Pressure's at 937. It's moving northeast at 9 miles an hour. So really, if you look at that track, it's going to go right up the Charlotte Harbor. We don't know right now. They're still trying to decipher what kind of storm surge they might have. If it goes just a bit to the north, it's going to push all that water right into Charlotte Harbor. If it goes on the Punta Gorda side, it's going to continue to take it out. But we're going to face 155 mile an hour winds. I will say both Wayne and I are having severe survivor guilt right now because, he's got family. He's got so many friends that he's known for so many years. I'm actually watching right now Severe Studios. If you were able to get on the Weather Channel, they're showing a video of Fort Myers Beach. Now, you got to understand, Fort Myers Beach isn't in the eye wall, and it's not in the area where it's being hit. But Fort Myers Beach is underwater right now, probably 3 to 4 feet. They've had record storm surge in Naples, which is 20 miles away. Now, so that should tell you right there what people in the path of this storm are going to face. So if you're not anywhere near a shelter, he said, stay where you are. Do not try to get out in these kinds of winds. I mean, again, they're seeing 90 mile an hour winds on Fort Myers Beach, and Fort Myers Beach is not in the cone of where it was supposed to hit. We're talking probably 20 miles from there. So be very careful if you're thinking about going somewhere. I've seen photos on Facebook of some of the areas of Northport. This was over an hour ago already. The storm, the swells are filled up. The roads are flooded. It's best just to stay at home and try your best to, ride this out. Get into a center room, get away from windows, get away from doors. Don't be, I feel so emotional right now because all of my friends and a lot of my family are there and they're dealing with this, and there's not a thing I can do about it for them. And so keep yourself safe. That's all I'm going to tell you.
All right. And Marie,
yes, I am. I'll see if I can come on with a picture at least that you can see us. My mic isn't working on our end. We've lost power here. So let's see if I can come into the studio and you'll be able to see if you can bring me in there, John. I don't know. We don't have internet or anything. But we keep on getting, so we are in an orange zone. We right on the corner of a orange and B and C, orange and what was the other color, Shell? Anyhow, we because we have a cat and we have I actually came in.
Yeah, you are, but no voice. So keep talking.
Okay. So anyhow, coming I'm getting back feed. Let me see if I can.
We're not getting any back feed here, so just keep talking.
Okay. Okay. So if you can see outside my window here, it's not that right now, but it keeps on getting gusts of wind that are just extremely terrible. We've lost the power now. We've had birds leave. We normally have a bird feeder right here.
Yes.
And I've had cardinals and different birds landing.
They haven't been. So
I don't know if you were aware, but no one could hear anything you were saying.
All right, so I just lost Marie. I was trying to get the information out to her from her, but the picture you're seeing is from Marie live out in Port Charlotte. Let's talk a little bit about your own security because, and I thank you guys for letting me know you couldn't hear. I'm going to go back to what Dan Barry brought up, which he survived 2 Cat 5s already. His advice, and amongst the other professionals that are out there, is to find yourself a dry space inside your home in the interior. I personally have set up a command center for Carrie and I. We have our food, we have our drinks, we have our important paperwork, all in bags, ready to go if we need to. just in case something were to breach our home and we had to move out in the eye of the storm or post that event. Be prepared. That's all. Just have your ducks in a row. If you feel safe at your home right now, I would not suggest going out on the road. You're going to run into all kinds of havoc on the road. And shelters, while a shelter is good, if you can't make it to the shelter, you're not going to be in a good space. This storm is nothing to mess with. Being on the road, there are no hotels out there. You're not going to find one. Stop trying to find one. If you're on the road, get inside of a building, get yourself hunkered down, and really get yourself positioned to survive. That's what this is all about. It's survival tactics at its finest. Rich Sucks, do you want to add anything into that?
Well, I will say that I was just on texting with a friend of mine that lives in the McCall Gasparilla area. And so they took their RV and they moved south to Naples. And they're 2.5 miles inside or away from the beach. And he just told me, he said, Rich, I'm worried about the storm surge. We're 2.5 miles and water is rising at the hotel we're at. Now they're on the second floor, but that basically what I'm saying is just because you're not at the beach doesn't mean you don't need to deal with storm surge. And if you're getting out, you don't know where that storm surge is hitting and where it's not. And you could come to a road that is not going to be passable. And it's best just to stay inside now and try, like Dan said, find a dry spot, find something, put it over your head. In fact, today they were talking about if you've got a pot that's big enough to fit on my big head, put it over your head, because if your roof starts collapsing, at least it'll hit that pot before it hits your skull. I mean, simple little things like that, things that you need to pay attention to right now. It is bad. It's not going to get better for a while, especially from Sanibel north to Venice. It's not going to get better for a while, and it's only going to get worse. So if you find yourself in that area, please don't try to be a hero and go out. Don't try. If you lose power, don't go and try to put your generator down. It's ridiculous. Stay seated, stay inside, behave yourself.
And I'm trying to get Marie back in, but Marie, you're not. You're mute and give us your mute yourself and give us your visual, because you're not coming through. Your sound is really muffled. So we've got a situation right now where people are asking, where is the eye of the storm coming in? And I'll tell you, the eye of the storm is 50 miles across. If you're in the Northport, Port Charlotte region, if you're in Venice, you're going to be part of the eye of the storm. It depends on what part of the eye of the storm, what you're going to see, because on the southern end of the hurricane, you're going to really bring in water. You're going to bring in the wind at 150 miles plus. If you're on the northern side of it, you're going to hit lightning. You're going to hit some tornadoes. You're going to have a different feel. But as this moves through, those offshore winds that the northern counties are feeling right now, they're going to be pushed onshore. So everything that's being sucked out right now is going to get sucked back in. The website that you were talking about, Rich, can you give that again?
SevereStudios.com. I'm watching it on the Weather Channel, but if you go to SevereStudios.com, they have a just amazing video of the wind hitting Myers Beach right now, and you can see the camera is literally might be 2 or 3 feet above the water, and you can tell just by the signs and the trees how high that water is up, and it's at least 3 or 4 feet over the entire island. And they're not even in the eye. They're not even in the eye wall. That's what you need to understand. right now, they are getting just hammered by this. And, severestudios.com, if you don't have, obviously, internet, my word for it, Fort Myers is getting hammered, and they're not even in the worst of it. So right now, Tamara Lee Wood wanted to know, where is the eye going over? At this moment, it's going over Captiva. It has already started getting the eye wall. The eye is already over Sanibel, but it's moving north-northeast. Don't think that it's going to hit and straight into Fort Myers. It's not. It's going to kind of still skirt up that coast, and it looks to me like it's pointed right smack dab down the middle of Charlotte Harbor.
And I'm going to say John Cook made a great point. I'm going to mute you for a second, but John Cook makes a great point that the eye of the storm looks like Lake Okeechobee because of the size. These things are catastrophic in all kinds of forms out here, and we've got to remember this as we go through it. Couple suggestions I'll make as far as what you need to have to survive. I do have you muted right now, Rich, but the safety side of things, make sure you have your flashlight, your batteries in hand. Make sure you have your meds where you can get to them. Make sure you have some food put back in an accessible place where your safety room is. Make sure that you're hunkered down. You've got electric plugs ready to go. We may get our power back. If we do, you may have the only place to plug things in. You also will need those if you have to relocate at some other point. So having all those things in one general location is huge. I know that the city right now is inundated with phone calls. They're trying to get people to stay off the roads. I've gotten phone calls left and right about location. Here's what you need to know. If you're in a surge zone, you've made a decision to stay there. They're now telling you don't leave it. Stay there. Find a way to survive it. And then they do also say that if the eye of the storm comes in and you have a chance to get to a shelter before you get that backwash from the backside of this storm, to bring the water inland, to get to a shelter at that point, because if you're an A, B, or C, you're going to feel the wrath of a storm surge that we've never felt before. Marie, are you there? Marie, you're still not able to come online, but show your picture. She's in Port Charlotte, down by the El Joe Bean area. We're not going to pick up her voice, unfortunately, but it's going to be in and out, so I'm going to mute her. But all those things matter with what's happening out there today. Rich, I'm going to bring you back on. Rich, go ahead.
Okay, so and this might seem elementary to a lot of people, but listen, in these situations, it happens every single time. Anytime you need to use a generator, you need little things you need to think about. You might have never used it before. And so when you start your generator, it should not be started anywhere near your house or anywhere the door, an opening, and it's not going to go anywhere for a while, so that those fumes are just going to accumulate in your area. So make sure that you're not, if the wind is blowing toward somewhere, that you put it where it is not going to blow into your house with those fumes, because every single time something like
Hi, John. I can't.
They survive the storm, then die from carbon monoxide poisoning. And that would be a tragedy if you survive this monster Cat 4 and then you don't do the right way generator. So never started in a house, never started in a garage, never started around a window or your lanai. That's not far enough away. And if the wind is blowing toward your lanai.
Hold 1 second. I want to bring Marie on.
Okay.
Marie, are you there? Marie, unmute yourself. So right now, Marie is down by 776. Unmute yourself. Go ahead and talk, Marie. Can see if we can pick you up now. We're not picking you up at all. So, you know, people need to be aware of what's happening right now, whether it's internet, whether it's just your regular TV. You're not going to be able to pick things up here before too long. We're trying to do our best to get you information. The critical information you need to know now is hunker down, get yourself situated within your own home, stay off the roads, you know, contact. We're at 45-mile-an-hour winds. Emergency vehicles will no longer be responding in Sarasota County. So we've got sustained winds of 45 miles an hour, which absolutely keeps our emergency people off the roads. So keep that in mind. This storm is now approaching us. It's probably a good 10 hours, 12 hours ahead of schedule, but it's still a slow-moving storm that's going to cause all kinds of damage, whether it be the storm surge itself or the wind damage that we're all going to take. If you're in the older homes, pre-Charlie homes, you need to get yourself into the center of your house with no windows. You need to get yourself protected right now. That is the way to survive this storm. As one of our listeners said, Dan, he's been through 2 of these already. And the fact that he's giving that advice, he was through 2 Cat 5s. So get to the center of your house to make sure everything is good to go. Okay. I'm going to bring Rich back on. Rich, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. Well, I agree 100%. And listen, you pointed out the last time you were on that this is a king tide. Now, it is not supposed to hit the upper portions of Charlotte Harbor until 6 o'clock. But can I just say one thing? Right now, the water's still being forced out of Charlotte Harbor. It is not pushing it in yet. So we're still looking at a major flooding event as we move on. And it could be king tide at 6 o'clock this afternoon, plus 150-mile-an-hour winds pushing it in there with the storm surge. Listen, don't think that you're out of this anywhere close to. And all we can do is pray that everybody's going to be safe. I will say, you know, and again, Wayne will be on with me, or actually, I think what we have decided is we're going to have John, you know, do his magic with the Facebook, and I'll just kind of be in the background. But Wayne has said he would be on with us. And when I had him on at 12 o'clock, he was very, very emotional, saying he just prays it's not something as close to Katrina as far as the number of people die. Now, that might not be something that you want to hear, but we're not trying to blow smoke up your skirt. This is dangerous beyond dangerous.
Absolutely. And I am going to set I'm going to put you on mute because I'm getting feedback. I'm going to set this broadcast up to go live around 3. I'll probably go a little sooner than that, depending on how this storm looks here in Northport, because right now we're projected to be in the eye of the storm at around 216. So if you're paying attention to local news networks, the weather channels, they just came out with Northport will get hit around 215 this afternoon. That was projected just 12 hours ago to really be at around 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock tonight. So we're ahead of schedule. We're getting this storm because it's coming in more direct. It's not going up the coastline. That's why these times have now increased towards during of the daytime. I'm thankful to one point that king tide, if we get that king tide in at 3 o'clock or 3:30 like we were projected, along with that storm surge, that's going to be a huge problem up and down the coastline, because that king tide is the highest tide of the year. And that's going to cause us a lot of damage that if that tide was out, it would be different. But unfortunately, people need to understand the difference between a flood zone and surge. They're two different things. If you're in a floodplain and your floodplain is 8 feet, you're 8 feet above the floodplain. If that's a normal scenario for you, add 12 to 17 feet of water on top of that. That's what now a surge is going to do. So if you're in those low-lying areas, you really need to understand what you're going to be battling. So that's my point to what's happening with flood zone and the surge zone. They have been trying to educate the public for days now about the importance of the two. And yet I will promise you there's going to be people out there that say, but I'm okay. I'm at 12 feet flood. Okay, add 17 feet to that. You're just not at 29 feet flood. Because if this rolls into you at high tide, you're going to get more water than you've ever seen in your life, according to the professionals. So I'm going to bring Rich back on. Rich, do you want to add anything in, buddy?
Well, and I'm looking at that video from severestu.com. I'm watching it on the Weather Channel as we speak. One of the reasons I'm even on this broadcast is because I'm up in North Carolina. I have perfect internet. I mean, it's bright blue skies here. If John loses signal, I have the ability to come on and do the show. John's the rock star. He's taking care of it. He is looking like a rock star there with his with his bald head. But anyway, listen, that video, I told you, we looked like the camera was about 3 or 4 feet above the water at the time, when I probably 3 or 4 feet. That camera is getting water washed up on it right now. So we might be looking at 6 to 10 feet of storm surge in Fort Myers Beach, not where the eye wall is hitting. So if you can just imagine what could happen, it's just going to be devastating if everything happens. I will also tell you, it is doing that perfect turn right up into Charlotte Harbor. I'm seeing it right now. The eye wall is basically right there over Pine Island as we speak. And Sanibel's probably experiencing a little bit of the eye, but not a lot. They're going to be skirt. It looks to me like Inglewood will probably be, they are in the eye wall as we speak right now. So devastating winds. That's the 155 mile an hour winds that we're seeing. Pressure's dropping to 937. It's not getting weaker just because it hit the outer islands. So like I said on Facebook, hold on to your hats, folks. It's showtime.
It 100% is. Tell us a little bit, Rich, about the pictures that you've seen on Facebook that show the water being pulled out.
Well, there was a picture that I put on when you were earlier, and someone took a picture. It was just a Facebook picture, and it just happened to be part of a group that I'm in, Punta Gorda, friends and family and whatever, and it literally showed the water, showed the harbor dry, well, not dry, but without water in it. And I mean, as far as you could see, there was no water in the harbor. Now, if you've lived here, and you have, and other people, in the wintertime, we get a north running through, and you'll see the upper levels around the 95 bridge and the 41 bridges. It'll push that water right out, and you'll see dry land there. Imagine that times 10th, and just no water for as far as you could see. Well, all that is going to be gushing back in once that storm comes back around and starts pushing water in. And that's just around the corner.
Well, I just received something, and you're out in real time. I'm going to mute you, Rich. Just from the getting feedback, but the fact that I've got people in Rotunda right now texting me and saying it's getting real. Okay, it's getting real for a reason, because the storm, being 21 miles offshore about an hour ago, has now got to be about 12 miles offshore. So we haven't even seen a direct hit yet with eye wall. I don't believe. Rich, shake your head, yes or no, if that's the case. I don't think we've seen it anywhere. So we have not seen the eye wall hit anywhere yet. That we could get real information. Hold on, Rich. Go ahead. 1 second. Rich, go ahead.
Okay, so Sanibel, Captiva Island are actually in the eye. The eye wall is past them. It's actually over Pine Island, going to the mainland, Matlacha, and all the way up to Burnt Store. That is what's getting it right as we speak. But obviously, it's a circle. So if you continued that arc, Inglewood is into the eye wall also. But as far as the eye itself, it is hitting Sanibel. So it probably isn't as bad right now in Sanibel and Captiva as it was 20 minutes ago. But it's not going to be 30 miles of open, eye. They're just barely getting skirted. I would say you're probably going to see more of a direct effect of the eye on places like Boca Grande and Little Gasparilla Island, because that is going to be more in the center where it will go all the way through the eye, not like Sanibel.
And we've been through this with Charlie. Charlie was the piece. I'm going to mute you again here real quick, just to feedback. But we've been through this with Hurricane Charlie. We learned a lot through Hurricane Charlie, as far as the buildings and everything else are concerned. And a lot of these structures that we have today are totally different than Hurricane Charlie, because Hurricane Charlie came through so quick, had such a dramatic force. We didn't even have the saturation of the land that we have today. We are holding water where we never hold water. As we speak, we're doing that. And we still have not had the amount of significant rain that they're talking about bringing on shore. So keep that in mind as we're going through this. Don't panic over the water that you're seeing puddling. Panic over the water that you see rising if you're on the shorelines. I can't reiterate enough how much danger there is along the shorelines, any A, B, or C zone. If you're in a floodplain, while things are projected to do different right now, I'm going to promise you, and I know that Rich is going to shake his head to this, there is no rhyme or reason for what's going to happen, and it's all about luck of the draw. Because you may see things across the street that don't hit your own house. And that's just the way storms like this go. So if you're not prepared, I'm going to bring Rich on for a second. Go ahead, Rich. You're live, Rich. Go ahead.
Oh, well, I'm absolutely in agreement with you, because I will say this. And when you were saying that, I wanted to, somebody just said, I had a tree fall on my garage pushing electrical wire on roof. Can anyone tell me what to do? Afraid of fire. And I will tell you right now, you can call 911. They're probably not going to come out to you.
Not happening.
And that is the reality of the situation. But when I was talking to Wayne earlier, and Rich, what you got to understand, just last week, we were reporting on, when I did my radio show at 3:00 in the afternoons on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, there was actually river floodings. This was last week before a storm. And he said, with the water basically saturated, the ground saturated, you're going to get what they call sheet flow. So if you have 2 inches of rain an hour, it's not going to go anywhere except for right over the ground. And if you where it's going, it's just going to come like a tsunami almost. And that's one thing you need to understand. Yes, you might not be on the coast, but you know as well as I do, John, the Northport Estates area, notorious for flooding. They might have seen the kind of flooding they're going to get because, you know, that whole area that is the Myakkahatchee watershed is completely saturated. So if they get 5 or 10 inches of rain, or 10 inches of rain, they're just going to stay right on top of the ground, and it's just going to flow like, you know, lava. And so don't think because you're not near the shore, you don't have anything to worry about flooding. And it could get beyond what people are used to seeing. Remember back, I think during Irma, actually south of the interstate in Northport, and I'm hoping they fixed those issues. But let me tell you something. Earlier today, the Northport police reported if you live near a canal in Northport, and 80 miles of canals, that you could experience 12 to 14 feet of stone surge.
Absolutely.
I mean,
I'm going to throw this into you on that garage. I did mute you here real quick so we don't get the back feed. John asked a really great question as a follow-up, which was, should he throw their breakers? Absolutely. If you see damage in your garage and it's significant, don't throw them in your whole house. Throw them where you need to throw them right now to survive this. And you can decrease the threat of fire by actually pulling those breakers and getting those like toned down enough. They are suggesting that you right now turn down the thermostat in your freezer and your refrigerator and get it as cold as possible. And right now, it's critical that you do not open that up and get drinks or get food or do anything like that, because you need those items to stay as cold as long as possible. Because if we have to do this, Emergency Command Center actually tells us right now to prepare for anywhere from 22 to 72 hours. They upped that this morning to 5 to 7 days because of the mass destruction of this storm. It's not going to be as it was for Charlie. So get yourself prepared. Turn down the thermostats in your house. Cool your house down. I don't care if you're freezing cold. You're going to appreciate it tomorrow when you don't have AC. And possibly it gets back on tomorrow, but you will thank us later. Get your refrigerator as cool and as cold as possible, along with your freezer. Do not eat your frozen foods today. You know, you need to ration yourself out. Do your things that are going to spoil first, and then work your way into the frozen goods. So all of those matter, and it's 100%. Great advice, and trust me, when you go to need food and you go to need water, if we get hit like they did in Port Charlotte, I drove the roads, I saw the destruction. It looked like a bomb went off. Yes, there was aid coming in. Yes, there were supplies coming in. The problem with supplies is they have to get through the roads to get here. So things have to open up. Fuel, don't panic over fuel. If you've got fuel, you're fine. You're not going to be driving anywhere anyway, because the streets are not, I promise you, things are not going to be safe for you to drive in. Rich, I'm going to bring you back on. Go ahead, Rich. You want to add anything in?
Well, and let's, you know, we're in the midst of what's going to happen, and there's not a lot we can prepare you for it. And it could be, like you said, certain areas might be completely devastated. You know, a lot of time in these eye believe it or not, they will have many tornadoes in there, and that tornado could hit your neighbor's house and not yours. I mean, it's just a fluid situation. So
I just got a message from a friend that is down in the Port Charlotte area, and he said it sounds like jet planes are taking off, and that's the feedback that we're getting from citizens right now that are south. They're in that Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area right now, and his perception of the storm is jet planes are taking off. That's how strong the winds are sounding right now. I'm going to bring you back on, Rich. I hated to interrupt you, but I thought that's crucial information for the listening audience. Rich, I'm going to bring you back on. Go ahead, buddy.
Okay. So, that when I had Wayne on after he got off, I said, listen, you've always heard with the tornadoes, it sounds like a freight train. I said 140 mile an hour winds you've probably never experienced before. Now, I think Don said he had gone through 5 or 2 Cat 5s. He's experienced that kind of noise. But you might, it gets 190 mile an hour gust. Yes, it's going to sound like a fleet of jets taking off, but I really wanted to let people start thinking about maybe taking your mind off of right now. Typically, what happens in Florida as it moves up the East Coast or away from Florida, it's still kind of pulling all that moisture with it, right? And so at a certain point we could have training. So you'll see this where it might be a visualized area, but it will just continue to rain for like a day. And it's a train of storms that just kind of follows the storm. Once that ends, and that could be, Thursday or Friday, you are going to see the hottest, most, it's going to be humid because it's still pulling that, but it's not going to let typically form storms. So you're going to have 98 degrees and humid, and you're not going to have any clouds because it's going to pull all that moisture north. And you're going to sit there and say, holy cow. So whenever John tells you don't ruin your damn cold right now, you need to keep it. If you're cleaning up or you let your kids open up, I need to get juice, or you're going to have 88 degrees in your refrigerator. So think a little bit ahead. If you need it right now, if you have electricity, put stuff in a cooler that you need every single minute, water or whatever. Don't open up the things like your freezer, because once you do and you don't have electricity, you've lost all cooling. That heat just goes right in there, and it's going to defrost everything in about 12 hours.
Absolutely. So, the key to this right now, I'm going to mute you again here real quick. The key to this whole thing is that you've got to manage your food. You've got to understand what we're doing here on the management of your food. Eat things as they thaw. Don't defrost anything. Don't think that today is a great day to get something out and cook it up so you have it in the refrigerator. Eat what's going to go bad first, and then work your way through your food. It's a way to conserve your life. When we're talking about nutrition and everything else, anybody who's gone through this, there are a lot of people out there who have. Greg talked about it. Dan Barry was actually on here and talked about it. What's very important is the fact that you've got to understand that people that were in the Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda area had to learn on their own at that point what it was to survive, just like they did and my phone is getting blown up, but they had to understand and learn from what happened. They now have that in play. There is a game plan for us. Both counties, actually every county up and down the coast right now, are in communications with each other trying to give great support. I know that FPL has stationed all their trucks up at Sarasota at the fairgrounds. They're here. They're ready to go. Once again, if they can't get out onto the road, and this is something that has to be talked about now. If this storm ends, there's going to be an eye. Don't think that the storm is over because the eye comes overhead, and go outside and start wandering around and driving away from your safe spot. You need to understand that the eye of the storm is going to be calm. It's not going to be crazy. It's going to make you feel like you're safe. You made it through. It's the other side that you got to get through. There's two sides to this storm. And keep in mind, the more that you rush out the door because it looks nice again, it's not. It's just leading you into temptation. Don't do it. Stay inside your house. Keep yourself grounded. Keep yourself in your safe spot and wait for the other side of the storm to come out. On top of the storm ends, don't everybody rush out on the road. Don't go sightseeing. It is not worth it because that's the first time that safety crews can get on the road to get help where it's needed. If you don't do that and you start blocking up the roads because you want to be, oh, I got to go see, you're going to cause death and harm to other people. Keep that in mind because right now safety services at 45 miles an hour are shut down. So whoever is trying to survive out there now through this storm, once they get to the other side, if you're on the roads trying to check out what it's like, you're doing the wrong thing for your community as a whole. So stay in your homes and wait for the all clear from the police departments, and you will get text messages on this. They will keep you informed. Rich, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, thanks. Listen, and just for your own protection, we're seeing right now evidence of flooding. And if you then add into storm surge, and regardless of where it is, or if you see wind destruction, we don't know what's in that water. And I will tell you, just like back in Irma, people slit their screens, right? And it was unreal. It took upwards of 2 years for people to get rescreened because there wasn't enough screen being produced in the world to do everything. Well, think about this. If you've got road debris and you've got nails and you've got glass and you've got and you cut your tires and there's thousands of people going out there trying to get, you might not have a car for a while until they can get in there and clean this stuff up because there'll be all sorts of stuff in that road. And you won't know if you drive in 2 or 3 inches of water that there might be a whole bunch of nails in there with, on boards or whatever. Stay in your house. Treat it like a weekend where you can, just sit home and not do anything. It is not necessary to get out and see. You can stream whatever you stream if you have access, and you'll see everybody's report in their neighborhood. But if you get out, just like John said, you're prohibiting responders from getting where they need. But there's a good chance you can mess up your car. And, and with a situation like we're going to see, don't expect every Firestone or Goodyear to be open. I mean, and then if there's 10,000 people that need new tires because they were stupid and going out driving in areas that they shouldn't have, you might not have a tire for a week and a half or 2 weeks. Just be sensible. Just be sensible, okay? Yeah, you're right. I mean, the road's open for electrical vehicles and water and all food that you need. There's not going to be shipping tires in here, So just be sensible, okay?
All right, absolutely. Thanks, Rich. I'm going to mute you for a second. You've got people out there right now that are wondering where you are. Just text them, let them know how your conditions are. I know that we're taking phone calls and text messages all over the place. The biggest thing is if you do switch locations in the eye of the storm. If you are to do that, get to a shelter. Okay, first off, and any shelter at that point if you're compromised. Okay, so get to a shelter. The second side of that is, according to everyone in the Hurricane Center in Northport, let someone know where you're going and how you're going to get there. Just in case something happens along the way, post-storm, they can find location of you. This is mission critical information. I keep using the word mission critical. If you don't think that this whole entire area is on a mission of survival, you're wrong. We're here. The people who are going to survive this, like we did the last time, are also going to be the ones giving handouts to the ones that may lose everything within this storm. The key to this is we want it to be like Charlie or better. We only lost 4 lives with Charlie. 4. This is not Charlie. Heed the warnings. Understand where we're at. When we get through this, people are going to be in need. That's when everything comes back together as a community and we go out and we give that helping hand. The other side of that, for you that have never been through this before, when a hurricane hits, the federal government does step in and play a huge role on getting us situated. And right now we've got a great governor at the helm who is doing all he can to line things up. Governor DeSantis has done an amazing job getting everything up and down our coastline set up for survival. So there are supplies, but think about it for a minute. That storm is going up our state. So getting supplies into us and having them strategically located, most of those supply goods are probably sitting in the Alabama to Pensacola range at this point. And you're talking about 8 hours of drive time and needs that start at the Panhandle and work their way south. So, and with roads being filled with debris at that point, conserve what you got, fill your bathtubs with water. You know, if we lose power, which we're getting flickers now, if we lose power, we're going to be off the air because everything we're doing in this area is internet based. And Rich Suggs is up in North Carolina. He will be able to take WKDW live. He will also be able to bring you updated information on what's happening out there. So WKDW is going to have a real live scenario feedback. And Rich, I'm going to bring you back on real quick so you can tell everybody what you'll be watching on and what you've seen so far.
Well, you know, and hopefully you're able to maybe see us with one of your devices if you have, you know, Verizon or AT&T, T-Mobile, and you can get your through that instead of maybe Frontier or, you know, whatever is down. Listen, I'm not controlled by, you know, I literally have great weather. I literally have great internet here, and we'll be able to break into the signal, which our server is actually out in Phoenix, Arizona. So that's a hardened bunker. Nothing in Northport controls that. And I'll just say, Severe Studios is showing that camera I was telling you is now at water level. You might be seeing 10 or 12 foot storm surge in Fort Myers Beach. That should just tell you. But anyway, 3 o'clock, we're going to try to get, you know, Wayne Saladay, who, if you've listened to whether it's John or my show, you've heard Wayne. He's kind of a emergency specialist, emergency operations specialist. He's going to go through what you should be doing, what you can do afterwards, what to expect. And the thing I will say is, you know, whenever you're in need, you're your most important person. Okay, so they have also Severe Studios in Inglewood. Oh my goodness, Inglewood's getting hit like a rock right now. So anyway, you know, you might think, oh my gosh, I don't have ice, I don't have water, I don't have. Where is the government? Listen, that guy doesn't know you need it as bad as just everywhere else. Well, Northport is 104 miles. They could have 8 places, and neither one of them might be really close to you. But there's no way they can go door to door and find ice. So you're going to have to be a little proactive. We will, once the city kind of tells us, hey, where's a distribution center? Here at kdwradio.com, we'll be on there telling you, listen, it's going to be up there at City Hall, or it's going to be at the corner of Toledo Blade and Price. We'll let you know where those places are, but you're still going to have to kind of take care of yourself a little bit. We have some people in Northport, you know, I will tell you right now, it looks the way it is, looks like Cape Coral is getting devastated. And, you know, they 120,000 people. All of these people are going to need. Don't expect somebody to come and take care of every need of yours, because it's just not going to happen. You need to lower your expectations a little bit. You're going to have to do out. You're going to have to make an effort to get things for yourself, but be kind. People are working. There's tons of people, 29,000 workers from other states are staging here all over the United States, are here to help us. Be thankful for that. If you see somebody out there, say thank you for that, because without them, you might be 6 or 8 months like they were in Puerto Rico without power. So as bad as it might seem, people are trying to help you. It just might not be at your beck and call, is all I'll say. So fully expect you might do something.
Yep. I'm going to mute you here for a second, Rich.
Sure.
So I have to mute Rich only because we get some feedback because of how we're broadcasting today. Rich is in a different location, so he's got his speaker set up differently, and we get that feedback. Let me give the listening audience, anybody who's new, who's never been through this before, the first time I went out on the roads to see what happened during Charlie. Post Charlie, if you're in a mobile home, this should scare the devil out of you. We went down to assist. My wife and I, we've got medical experience. My wife is a nurse. I've got 27 years. We have a friend who runs a nursing home down in the Port Charlotte area near Kings Highway and 41. So we drove down to see if we could assist to make sure they were all right because of how Hurricane Charlie came in, which just by chance is almost the same exact path as today. Okay, so keep that in mind. But this one is, while buildings were rebuilt to withstand, there are still buildings there that have not seen what's going to happen today. And they survived Charlie, but Charlie was faster and less dramatic, if I could use that word with Charlie, because I will tell you, it looked like a bomb went off. It looked like everything was going wrong. We're getting light flickering here now. I don't know if you can see that, but to drive through the areas to look for people, you have to understand, stay off the road. It's the biggest thing you can do. We did that long after they said it was okay to go out on the roads, because that's when the all clear is put out and the emergency services are out. They've gotten those first responses done. They've gotten fires put out. They've gotten people to the hospital that need to go. It is critical to stay off the roads and give them time. If you're in a shelter, or going to a shelter, you need to understand, you need to take medical supplies. You need to take some food with you to survive. You need to take some water that you can drink there. Take a chair. Don't plan on having a bed put out for you and a blankets and everything else. You need to have yourself prepared to sit down in a chair and survive this storm. And they will release you only, and I mean this, only when the safety is paramount to anyone. Now we're getting some pretty strong winds here. I can hear them in my background. So at some point, I'm going to have to get off the air because the eye of the storm is coming in at around 216. We're at 156 now. Rich, can you give us a quick update on where you think the eye of the storm is in accordance to Charlotte Harbor and Northport?
Well, I will say this. I'm on Dish Network, but it's reliant upon. Let me check. I'll check my phone because Dish went out here because it's out in Northport. So it's really bad in Northport right now if my Dish is gone. So let me check real quick on the weather.com app here. I will say this while I'm looking. As you might have seen me talking on the phone, I was talking to a friend of mine that is actually down in Naples, and he traveled from Inglewood, Port Charlotte area, down to Naples to spend the night, and he took his RV with him at my behest. I said, "You need to take it. Don't put it right next to your house. If your house goes, guess what?" Anyway. He woke up. I mentioned this a little while ago. They are 2 feet of water in the parking lot of that hotel, 2.5 miles from the beach. That's storm surge. That is not freshwater flooding. That is storm surge, 2.5 miles inland. So if you are anywhere around 41, you might need to think about if you're in Port Charlotte, if you're in Inglewood, if you're wherever, and you're anywhere within 2.5 miles of the water, you're not necessarily going to be high and dry. He is 2.5 miles from the beach. They are 2 feet of water in their parking lot. He can't get out. The roads are flooded, and this is in Naples. Let me look.
Yep,
it just was amazing to me. It was amazing that, this is doing things that I never thought it would. All right, so let me look here. Let me go down. Okay, so right now, I would say the eye is a little, I don't know if you can see this. I will see if I can put it around here. It actually looks like it's going a little east right now. So the islands of Caia Costa, the Sanibel Captiva area is actually inside the eye wall. I mean, inside the eye, not the eye wall. The area of Cape Hayes is right now in the eye wall. It is moving more east than it is north, the last little jog, which basically now means it is parallel with Cape Coral. It doesn't mean they're going to go to Cape Coral. It just means that it's not going directly north anymore and a little bit. But you are almost at that point to where you're going to have water rushing up into Charlotte Harbor. When that happens, hold on to your hat, folks. I mean, just all I will say. The eye wall is massive. If you look at that now, a little break, and it was really thin a little while. Look at this wall now. Those are all 150 and above winds. Now, that's not necessarily at ground level, but oh my gosh. I mean, Northport is actually in the eye wall right now. Doesn't mean ice here, means it's in the eye wall. That's probably what you're feeling.
So I'm gonna take you out back where I'm at, and I'm gonna go live on the camera. I'll add a few real quick.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I'm still on, but let me tell you something. People, it is not over. If you get into the eye, doesn't mean it's over. If you look down here, that's the part that's going to come after you get through that. So please be careful. It is a massive eye wall.
So here we are. We're out on my back porch. This is what it looks like, Rich.
Yep.
Can you hear me all right?
Well, yes, I can.
So this storm is
You
wicked
just
right now. It is. I've got a grate over there. It's our drain grate for our pond, and it's about 6 inches till full. We've got some severe wind coming through right now, branches and everything blowing. So we're getting some good gusts. So I'm going to go back inside now so I don't scare everybody in my
right.
family. And I'm going to come back in and see you, okay?
Sure. So you can see just now getting ready. What are they saying? Cars are floating down the river, down the road in Charlotte County. That's how much flooding we're having right now in certain areas. They're seeing, if she would get out of the way, I could see. But, that one camera I told you about on Fort Myers Beach. Okay, live, Charlotte County. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, now this is, I'm going to turn on, yeah, I wish I could show this to you. If you have News Channel 2, this is live in Charlotte County. It's at a apartment complex. The floodwaters are just pouring through the cars. It's up to the roof in the cars, so these cars are ruined. They're floating down. I'm trying to determine exactly where it is, but you are facing total right now. Huh?
Marion Street.
Oh, that was Marion Street. Holy cow, that was Marion Street. The main drag in Punta Gorda is literally underwater. And yeah, the wind is gushing. Huge waves on top of water that is already at roof level of the cars. Waves are coming on top of that. So that is really, you might have 8 or 10 feet, but then you've got wind waves of 5 and 6 feet that are just devastating. It's up to the first level. Doors are flying off of apartments. I happened to witness from Tampa, whenever Charlie came through, and there was a Tampa-based, I think Bay News 9 reporter that came down here prior to Charlie hitting. And Charlie, he kind of dug down into a hallway, and I'm seeing the replay. This is exactly what I saw. Just devastating flood. It didn't have the flood, Charlie, but you're having that kind of wind on top of 6-8 foot right now storm surge, and it's not even at you yet. So people, please don't go out. I'm going to tell you right now. Barefoot Beach is where that is. Barefoot Beach. And Boca Grande, they're only like 7 or 8 feet above sea level. North Captiva Island and Captiva Island, Pine Island, Sanibel is actually starting to get back into the eye wall again. So North Captiva, Pine Island, Captiva is actually in the eye. And I'm telling you right now, if the eye wall is going through Port Charlotte, Northport, Inglewood, just hold on. Don't try to go anywhere. It's just not worth it. It is not worth it. And, they're saying that sometimes they're not getting really good readings on these winds because there's so much wind. There's so much rain. They're items that they use to test that. It can't get through all of that. And so, what they're saying could be higher than what it actually is. And we're talking 139 miles an hour. What does it say? Bradenton wastewater plant in danger of overflowing. People, we're still a few hours from, if right now it's going 10 miles an hour, 9 miles an hour, actually. I know from going to Captiva and going to those islands around Boca Grande. It's 20 miles from my house. We're still 2 hours from the time the eye could get to my house in Northport and other areas. Right now, Rotunda, West, Inglewood, Venice, in massive amounts of eye wall. The hardest they will probably be hit until they go through the eye and come out the other side with even worse winds sometimes. Sanibel, like I said, is starting to get back in the bottom part. Fort Myers is getting devastated from just being so close. Cape Coral, they actually said most of Cape Coral will probably be underwater. That's just devastating. I'm seeing right now, actually, this is in Naples. Okay, so the major flooding is in Naples. Again, people, nowhere near where this storm is hitting. If they're having 8-foot storm surge in Naples, my friend called me while John was on the phone or going to look at his backyard. I'm sorry, and he told me they were already 2 foot of water in. They're 2.5 miles away from the beach. So your storm surge is not limited to the beach in a couple of blocks. Please don't go out. If you are within that area, please get up as high as you can. If you're in Punta Gorda Isles, please get in your attic. If you have an attic, I mean, if this is what we're seeing, oh my gosh, a wave came through and just literally knocked a truck into a stairwell. I mean, we're talking literally maybe 8 to 10 foot. 8 to 10 foot storm surge in Naples. Okay. I pray everybody stays put. I mean, it's actually burying the cars. It's higher than the cars now. So a typical car is going to be 5 foot at the roof line. It's going over that. So unreal. Please be careful. Again, I'm going to try to jump off here for a few minutes. I'll be back on. I think John said he's going to try to get back on at about 2:15, 2:16. He might be taking a little break right now. This isn't good. Nobody ever said it would be good. I hope you prepared. And again, I don't want to be the purveyor of doom, but listen, if it's this much devastation that we're witnessing right now, you might be a week before you get any help. You might be lucky and get it back, but you might be a week before you get any help, especially outlying areas. I mean, if up the Peace River in Cleveland, those areas are devastated, it could be a week before you see help. If it's parts of cities that aren't as well populated, they're going to try to get the power on to the greatest number of people. Be fully understanding of that. If you are in a community that only has 200 or 300 people, you might not be first on the list to get your power back. Back when Hurricane Michael went through Mexico Beach up in the Panhandle, literally, I saw evidence of this last year, and we're talking about 5 years ago. The whole forest basically fell onto the roads. Now imagine if, half of that starts impeding people coming down here. It took a week just to cut the logs out of the road. And that was devastating. It wiped Mexico Beach off the map. And it still took them realistically a week to get in to see the people. So again, don't go out. If you can, stay where you are. Ask your neighbor, maybe help your neighbor if you've got plenty. But the less you go out, the more chance that people will be able to get in and help others. So, this is not a good. It's right now about 2:10 in the afternoon Eastern Daylight Time. Major storm surge and I pray for my friends that are hole up in Naples. I told them, I said, well, listen, you can always buy, they took their RV so they would have something to live in because their house is in Inglewood, Port Charlotte area. And, that was kind of the direct hit. They left yesterday and went down to Naples. Well, Naples is not being spared right now. I mean, I don't know that it will devastate the wind, but the storm surge is amazing right now. I guarantee you, I'm seeing, $500,000 worth of cars just being obliterated. I mean, on this one little shot. So listen, pay attention. We'll be back on here in a few minutes. We're going to just take a break. Every once in a while, you just need to take a break and kind of digest what you're seeing. I do appreciate everybody tuning in again. By 2:30, we'll be back on, maybe a little bit before. We'll have Wayne on around 3 o'clock. Wayne Saladay. Most of you that are familiar with this show, familiar with our radio station, know Wayne. If you've lived here anytime soon, oh my gosh, they are in a rain band right now. That the wind is just unbelievable. This again is down in Naples, and they're nowhere near exactly where we are or where the storm is. So God bless America. God bless Florida, and stay safe is all I'll tell you. All right. Can't receive. Oh, you can't receive video call right now. There's a picture of that. What I was showing you. We're talking about on. My goodness. I mean, they're floating right down to. It does look like water way off in the distance, but I mean, it's like a river, not a beach. So. And then there was this one at Fort Myers Beach. Holy shit! It started off, and it was, the camera was probably 8 or 10 feet above water, and it just showed it just coming over, and then it just kept building and it kept building. The last one, the camera got covered with water.
That's the second floor right there.
Yeah. Well, this water and oh yeah, I see that. The water in Naples that they're showing is on up to the second floor. The first floor is completely underwater. And the parking garage. So y'all stay safe. I mean, holy cow, go up to again, y'all can buy another friggin' RV. You can't buy another Robin and Ted. So get your ass up in the higher levels if you need to.
Hey, Rich.
What?
I'm back.
Are you there?
I got internet back. We got strong winds here, knocked out the power for a couple seconds, but knocked down the internet. I finally got it back up, so we're up and live.
We are live. How long have you been hearing me talk?
Well, we're not live on the radio because I don't have butt hooked up yet, but I'm working on it. But you're live on Facebook, and everybody's hearing you.
Okay. So I was talking to my granddaughter. She is off of Chamberlain and in between Price and Cranberry, and she said that the wind is just and I just looked at it, and she's really not in the eye wall. She's in an outer rain band of the eye wall, but not in the eye wall. And we're already losing, pieces of our roof. So I told her, I said, stay
back
safe.
on the air. Hold on a second. You're listening live to WKDW Radio 97.5. Sorry, I lost internet during the storm here. I'm located in the Lakeside Plantation area of Northport now. We lost a little bit of power, and then internet had to wait for everything to reboot and finally get back in so I could live stream yet again. But we're live on Facebook, YouTube, and internet and Twitter, along with the fact that we're live on the radio, so that the listening audience of WKDW Radio, if you have loved ones out there, we're still showing what's happening and talking about it. Rich Suggs, can you tell me a little bit about what you've seen now? And we're back on the air. So here you go.
Okay, so I am up in North Carolina, free from all of this, but part and parcel is I've got good internet, and so I can continue to get TV, I can continue to stream, and I will just tell you, this is absolutely a devastating storm. Obviously, you should not be out now. I have a house in Northport, Florida. It is in between Price and Cranberry along Chamberlain, and my granddaughter is there. I have shutters, I have everything, and we're starting to lose pieces of roof. She said the roof isn't coming off, but shingles and paper and stuff are kind of coming off. I said, just stay safe. I can always get a new roof. I talked to a friend of mine down in that basically lived in Inglewood. He's down in the Naples area. Naples has flooding right now in areas over 2 miles from the shoreline that is up to and including 8 to 10 feet. I have seen video of it over every car and it's floating some cars, it's over some cars, but you can see where first floor is, and everybody's up on like second or third floor, and the water is right below them. So it's already that bad. They're not in the eye wall. I want to stress that they're not in the eye wall. They are just getting hammered by all that wind pushing water up onto their coast. I'm looking right now at I'm looking at Channel 2 out of Fort Myers. They're showing Fort Myers. There's flooding all over Fort Myers. I'm sorry, I got hound dogs in the RV with me. I will say that Inglewood Beach is blowing offshore, so you might not have the flooding in Inglewood Beach, but I'm seeing devastating winds. I don't know what's going to be left of Inglewood Beach. It is just unbelievable. Most of the people I know have already lost power in Northport. If you have texting capabilities, you can text me and I will try to get a message out. If you want a message out to anybody else, I'll call anybody. My number is 813-495-0673. If you can, now phone calls and text are two different systems. So you might be able to get a text out. If you can, there's a 813-495-0673. And I will call anyone that you need. If you need something out, I will be glad to help anyone and everyone I can. I mean, I have full battery. I am in no danger, and I will do anything I can to help. We're going to try to get Wayne on here at 3 o'clock. I will say that Northport's getting ready to, if you're not already in it, basically into the eye wall. And that event alone, the front eye wall, could be better part of an hour. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's the eye wall is over 10 miles thick. You might not get into the eye for an hour. So if you are getting those kinds of winds that I'm seeing on TV right now, you might continue to get them for an hour. You then will have, and I told my granddaughter this, you will have possibly the best weather you've seen in the last 2 days. But then you got the back half of this storm, and that whole eye wall is still wrapping. It is not weakening. It is maintaining its strength. And I just pray that the good Lord is going to look after all these people that decided they were going to have hurricane parties instead of getting the heck out of Dodge. And you know, I know people that did that, and I have not been able to get in touch with them. And I'm having survivor's guilt like nobody's business here. So I'm just going to let you know I'm having issues also getting my signal Northport for my Dish network, but I can also do YouTube through Fire Stick, and that's fine. I'll do that.
That is first.
But we will continue to broadcast. If anybody needs any help, I don't know that we're going to be able to send anybody to you, but you know, if you are in danger and you want to get a message out, I will take that message. I'll call whoever you want, because this is nothing to sneeze about. This is devastatingly bad in a lot of areas.
So I'm gonna talk about real quick something you said on YouTube on the back feed. Something that you brought into the equation was that you're not seeing that flooding in the Inglewood area. Police department has already disclosed if you're in the Rotunda Inglewood area, that area is not going to get flooding until after the first part of that storm. It's the backside of the eye that it's going to come through that's going to bring all that water on shore. So if you're out there now in any of those areas during the eye is your only opportunity to get to higher ground. Otherwise, you're going to see 12 to 15 feet of surge, and you will not be rescued. Absolutely not be rescued. The winds are going to be sustained at plus 45 miles an hour, and it is crucial for you to understand that the emergency department has already said it via text out to our whole area. There will be no emergency crews sent out to you. So please heed the warnings. Get to higher ground. Get out of that area. If you need proof, Rich, tell them where they can go to look at proof right now. Tell them what they need to see so they understand that it is crucial to get out of those areas.
Well, I will tell you, if you have streaming capabilities, you can go to YouTube, or you can go to, most of your streaming sites. YouTube is what I'm on right now through Fire Stick, and it has almost every one of the local different, meteorological groups. But there's also one called severestudios.com. So severe, like severe storm, studios, like photography studio.com. And they are those crazy, whats that go out and try to get the storm surges, and they, and believe you me, a lot of these, people are allowing these crazy, whats to go out and do that and get the camera shots and stuff like that so they can broadcast it. And Weather Channel has been using them. That was the shot that I was telling you they had that was in Fort Myers Beach. Now, one thing I wanted to reiterate with what you said, what we are seeing right now in Naples, Bonita Springs, Estero, what we're seeing in Fort Myers Beach is basically what Inglewood, Venice, Rotunda West is going to see after it goes. They're on that backside right now, and they're just getting whipped like a bad dog. And they're going, that is exactly what you're going to see in the Inglewood Beach area. You're going to see it in little Gasparilla Island. Right now, you're getting water pushed out. But as soon as this thing goes up, in about an hour and a half, you're going to get the back end of this, and the winds are going to switch, and they're going to blow on shore, and it's going to bring tons and tons and feet of water. So just because you're not flooded right now, Venice, just because you're not right now, parts of Port Charlotte even, Inglewood Beach, just because you're not right now doesn't mean you're out of the clear. And it might be 3 or 4 hours from now, but you will get it, and you will get it like nobody's business.
And this is a major hurricane. This is a Category 5 hurricane coming on shore, and it still a 4. They did not raise it to 5. They were talking about going to 5. So the whole thing is, the eye of that storm is 50 miles in circumference. 50 miles. So no matter where you are within that 50 miles, add another 25 to 50 miles on either side of that. That's the wrath we're feeling right now. Because if you go and look at the damage that's being thrown at Naples and the Fort Myers locations, that's a good 40 miles south.
Yeah.
And so all these things, the eye of the storm is not there. It's north of there. It's in that Punta Gorda region. So keep that in mind. There's a huge swath of area that's going to feel the wrath of this storm.
I just wish that you could see the picture of the eye wall right now. Imagine north of Venice. So we're talking Osprey. We're talking that area of the coastline, all the way down till you get to the end of Boca Grande. And actually, I'm sorry, you're about halfway through the middle of Cayo Costa. And if you don't know who Cayo Costa is, that's that one little island south of Boca Grande that nobody lives on, right? So that's not, but that is the width. That is the width of the eye wall. It's not one little slice. This is unbelievable how big that eye wall is. And I will just tell you, you might, if you saw that, you say, well, see, that eye wall that's on land is not as bad. They have already said, because they're getting their most of their radar out of on Ruskin, right? That they can't get through that eye wall. And so they're not really picking up the worst of the storms on that quad because they can't see it. It is so big and so bad. So if you happen to look online and you see something that doesn't seem to be as bad, you might see it right there. Yes, that's why, but the radar is way up north of that. So it's way up north of Venice, and it can't make its way through all those storms to see all of that. And it is still wrapping around. And it's a monster, man. It's a monster. And it's going to continue to be a monster. It's not sufficiently over dry land enough. I mean, it's literally just a bunch of bays where the part of the eye is right now. And man, I just hope it up. I mean, they're saying right now wind is picking up in Bradenton, and that's bad, but nothing like it is in Venice, Inglewood, Northport. Now, Northport is right at the kind of top of the right side, but it is, and you don't really need to worry about flooding as much from storm surge in Northport, but it's getting devastated with the wind. I mean, it really is. And all I'll say is that wind is going to continue to Venice. I think Venice might never make it into the eye. If you look at it, Venice might skirt right along that left-hand side of the eye, and all it's going to do is stay in the wind, and then the wind is going to change. And it's going to flood them.
Yeah, because
that could be 4 or 5 hours of this for them.
Absolutely. I'm going to mute you for a second. The fact that they're not in the eye doesn't matter on this particular storm, because the both ends of this storm, the northern side of this storm and the southern end of this storm, are really wreaking havoc with the surge of water that's coming in. And it is going to be 3:30 in the afternoon. And we're going to be at king tide at around that 3:30 mark up and down our coast in this area. King tide is a major factor in this, and it's because it's our highest level of water of the year coming ashore. If you're getting it pushed out, it will come back in with a vengeance. And that is what's happening south of us right now. So if you're in those low-lying areas and you're looking at pictures and you're seeing the beach and it looks okay and it looks like there's beach, that's only because it's being pushed out and being sucked out. That should scare the living tar out of you, because truthfully, what's going to happen is it's going to bring friends back with it. It's going to bring a lot of water. It's going to bring a lot of damage. If you're in the way of water, the suggestion is run from water, hide from the wind. If you don't run from this water, you will get drenched. You will get taken out. We have pictures online. Everything is online. It's a proven point. If you are in a low-lying area, screw flood zone. Flood zone is not a factor. Surge zone is the factor. Surge zone is different than flood. If you're at 8 feet flood, add 17 feet of water on top of that. That's what's coming at you. It will take your car. It will shove it down the road. It will move objects that you think are going to be your exit out. you're going to find out you're going to get flooded and you will have no exit out. And you will have no emergency services to get to you. This is your final attempt to get out. The eye that comes over will give you time to get to higher ground. Make your calls now. Get people to be aware that you're on your way. Grab your least amount of essentials and get the hell out of there. I can't even believe that people are staying, but they need to get the hell out. Here, Rich, go ahead.
Well, and I would only caution you about that, because unless you have, now, if you're in a situation where you do not have good internet and you can't see, now, one thing Wayne said, do not move, because you don't know if you've got 5 minutes or you've got an hour. Not everybody's going to have exactly the same experience of that eye wall. You might, I mean, if you remember me back whenever you were on last time, basically, you know, Sanibel Island only got about 10, 15 minutes of eye wall. And that's not enough time to get 100,000 people or 1,000 people off that island into somewhere. So, you know, I would say this, unless your house is literally below water, you need to try to stay. And I'll say that because you don't know what you're going to face once you get outside of your house. You might go 1 block and it's flooded to where you can't pass. You're much safer in a house than you will be in your car, because your car will float down wherever it goes. You do not want to get out of your car and try to swim. You're not that strong. I don't care who you are. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying make sure, if you know that you're leaving, you've got an hour or more of eye wall that you're not going to, or eye that you're going to experience. If you're in Venice, you might never see that eye, or you might only see 5 minutes of that eye. And so just be very careful before you do make that move. Now, I agree with you. The conventional wisdom is run from water, hide from wind. But if you don't know what you're getting ready to run from or run into, storm surge outside of my mom's house in Fort Myers Beach. Again, people, this is literally not in, let me see if I can, look at that. Do you see the roof of that house? Can you see that, John?
Yep.
That is
Bring up
somebody's house. Now, in that situation, I don't know that you got much choice except for running from that kind of storm surge. But
bring that back up. Bring that back up again. Put that in front of your camera or phone. Yeah. That is storm surge from the day right now. That is just storm surge. That's not anything other than storm surge going to the roof line of that house. And that's real-time information. And this is about an hour south of us. So,
and that is not in, that is not even in the worst. I mean, you can say it is in the worst part of the storm, because it is literally that bottom part of the storm was pushing all of that water, kept pushing it and kept pushing it and kept pushing it on shore. And the way the geography of Florida works, it was just getting boomed. And that will happen. That's what's going to happen in Englewood Beach. That's what's going to happen in Venice. Now, I'll also just tell you that I was just told there are 2 radio stations that are off air. We have not been able to get channel 2 anymore in Fort Myers. Just kind of went off. We don't know why. We don't know if it's a signal issue. But my people, this isn't nothing to play around with. If you can get up in the house, in the attic of that house, I might say get in the attic of that house before I'd get out and try to swim in that. I don't know. I mean, this is why you go and you listen to the experts, and they say get the hell out of Dodge. You get the hell out of Dodge.
that is true. That is true. Marie, are you there? Marie? those are live shots from Marie. She's up in the right-hand corner. She's in the 776 area. She just went off the air again, but it looks like she's experiencing a little less winds than we are here from the shot I was getting from her. I'm getting some pretty strong winds here in Northport, up in the Lakeside Plantation area. So I know that the surge itself, while yes, it's good to stay there. I agree with Rich. If you feel safe in your home and you feel like you're in a good spot, yes, that's all well and good. But if you've got the opportunity to move quickly and get to higher ground, and you know where the eye of the storm is, and you know you have that 20-minute run and you're prepared to do it, or 15-minute run, listen, you can get out of a flood zone and out of a surge zone in our area in about 15 minutes or less. You just have to have a destination to go to, and you have to do it quick. I would not suggest taking a trip across the state, and nor would anyone else. But if you can get out of the surge, if you're out on the island, holy cow, I don't even know what you're going to face. We can just talk about the pictures that we're being presented with today, and those things matter. Rich, you were talking about the amount of debris and different things. You actually talked about a car floating down the road on Marion Street. Is that current, and is that happening right now?
Okay, well, I was a little mistaken because when I was watching, that was actually the car I was watching was actually in Naples. But
Okay.
That should scare you right there. Because again, like I said, Naples isn't in the worst part of this. And if we are seeing this kind of devastation in Naples, it is only a matter of time before you're going to see that devastation in Punta Gorda. You've probably started seeing it right now in Bert's store. You've probably seen that in Matlacha and all down into the Pine Island area. I don't even want to think about has been going on in the Captiva area, but that's what you're also going to see in about 4 or 5 hours, starting in Little Gasparilla Island. You're going to see it up into Venice. You're going to see it in Inglewood Beach, because that water is going to start coming on shore, and then come on like you have never seen it come on. Because I will tell you right now, Naples is setting records every friggin' minute with storm surge. It is unbelievable. I mean, we're talking 8 to 10 feet now in a place that really wasn't calling for 8 to 10 feet storm surge.
Well, I pulled up this video just so people are aware of what I'm again. I pulled up the video. It's a live stream that's happening in the Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda region right now. There's the storm surge is coming on in different locations and in different strengths right now. The water's being pushed out north of the storm and being brought on south of the storm. That storm surge is due to hit here on the reverse side of this storm, and we are getting evidence in the Fort Myers and Naples region on what we're going to get hit with. If you're paying attention at all to us or online, you know that if you're on the coastline, you're getting pounded now, but you don't have a clue what you're going to get hit with on the backside of this storm. I don't know that we've had any type of of surge at this level. I've been down here 22 years. We've never seen anything like this, and this storm is really going to be talked about, as Wayne Saladay says, as Mike says from the city of Northport Emergency Management. This storm is going to be talked about for decades, and how much damage it's going to cause. If you're in a mobile home and you're getting that, I'm telling you, I don't even know a safe room in a mobile home. But I will tell a quick story of what happened in the Port Charlotte region. Is that when we went down to help people in the nursing home, it was like the living dead. People were walking across the street to the nursing home, and they were walking out from underneath the rubble of a non-existent home. Mobile homes are not the place to be in a Cat 1, let alone a Cat 2, let alone a Cat 3. But if you're in this for a Cat 4, holy cow. I don't know that you can't even get under it and feel safe. Rich, do you want to add anything in?
I need people, if this is the kind of thing I need people to understand, if you're able to see us on Facebook and you're watching us right now and you see this live looping of the storm, you will see that eye wall keeps building and keeps building. It's not going away. It is not going away. And what I need you to understand is this is not just a Cat 4. You are literally talking about the difference between a Cat 4 and a Cat 5 at this level is the speed that you can walk, like 3 or 4 miles an hour. So you are at the very top level of a Cat 4. You've got 190 mile an hour gusts. Sustained winds in those eye walls are 155 miles an hour. Now, does that mean everybody gets 155? No, absolutely not. But, you can go through a summer storm here in Florida and your neighbor got rain and you didn't. Well, that's just the nature of weather. Okay. But there are the possibilities of you getting 190 mile an hour gusts. I don't know of any building code that is intended to withstand 190 mile an hour. They weren't designed that. Your house would be worth $1 million if they had to plan it for 190 miles an hour. So you need to get into the middle of the rooms. It's somewhere away from the walls. Put a mattress over yourself. Protect your family, your friends, whoever's there with you. I'm just going to say the difference between what you're seeing right now and a Category 5, it won't be known as a Category 5. It'll be known as a Category 4. The difference of that is the fast as you walk, about 3 miles an hour. I mean, literally 3 miles an hour. So people, we are being hyperbolic. I understand that. But this is intended to scare the living you-know-what out of you. This is a once in a lifetime, once in a century type storm. And we are living it as we speak.
So if you've got any comments out there, please put them on Facebook right now. Any questions that you have for Rich or I, if you have it. And we're getting another update. Hold on 1 second. An extreme wind warning advisory is in effect for the immediate danger and life-threatening winds until 6 p.m. Take cover now in the interior room of a sturdy building, away from windows. Protect your head from flying debris. Do not go out in the calm eye of the storm. We've talked about that. Please, please, please do not go out and think you're just going to be able to walk around and check things out and that the storm is over. We have heard stories about that. The only reason that we didn't lose more lives than 4 for Hurricane Charlie is everybody was on their guard. Everybody listened to what was supposed to be done. Please keep that in mind. This storm is moving at 9-10 miles an hour. If you're going to transition, do it quickly. It can't be a 20, 30-minute drive. It's got to be done quick, and it's got to be done right. But as Rich said, better off safe and sound in your own home, hunker down, and you've got to be ready. And something my son pointed out to me is that if you're in your house, get to the top of your house. If you're in those low-lying areas, don't go outside. You can't survive that, but go to the top. But make sure you have a way to give your access out of the top of the house. That's why people die in the top of their house. sitting in the attic is because the water comes in, it stays, it doesn't go away, and you're trapped in the top of your house. So make sure that if you're going to do that, you have a battery operated Sawzall, a hammer, a sledgehammer, something that you can bust through and get out of that location if need be. That would be my suggestion. Rich, I'm going to throw you back on here for a second. You got anything to add, buddy?
Well, and my friend down in Naples is asking, when do you think the surge will stop? Now, they're in Naples, literally tomorrow at the earliest. You know, this force of nature that we are experiencing is pushing water likes that we've never seen on the shore. And it's going to continue to blow that way. Remember what I said, Venice and Inglewood is going to see these kinds of winds. It's not like it's going to stop down in Naples. And, water typically doesn't like to be resisted, right? So if you've got water pushing on, it's no way for that water to drain. So you literally, if you're facing storm surge, it's not like by 9 o'clock tonight, it might be over with. You literally could be dealing with 6 to 8 foot of water in your area for a day.
All right, so quick update real quick. I just got a message from Jim Bateman, a citizen down in Port Charlotte, Northport region. All of the shelters are in lockdown. No one in or out. They're not going to let you in. They're on lockdown because of the strength of this storm. If you open up a door to let somebody in, you're compromising the building. So they're not going to let you in, even though we heard language that the shelters are going to be open. They are now in lockdown. Rich, do you have anything to add?
I sure do. I would like to show you, for people in our local area, if you can see that is Sunseeker. That's the Sunseeker Resort being built right on the bay. Is collapsing. This is steel girders. The wind said, "You ain't nothing, hold my beer." And it is literally collapsing parts of Sunseeker. So that should tell you what kind of wind we're having. That should tell you what kind of, you don't want to fight this. If steel girders can't fight this, you're not going to fight it.
Well, that was very vivid information right there. We just had this conversation with Jim Bateman the other day about the cranes that are at that location. And they were, I promise you, if you look up cranes, they were not set up to withstand that. I'm wondering if that wasn't a crane that fell and came across and compromised those steel girders versus the wind itself. Rich, do you have anything to add?
Well, I don't know that you can see this, but if you look at the very top, the crane's still there. I don't know if another crane fell. I can't answer because that's not evident by this picture. There is a crane still standing, if you can see at the very top of that picture.
Wow.
But you're right. I mean, oh my gosh, those things aren't meant for 190 miles an hour. And the higher you go up, I mean, you got to figure that's probably 150 feet up or more. The higher you go up, if you've ever been in a multi-story building in the middle of a hurricane, sometimes the wind 100 feet up is multiple times how strong it is at the surface. Also, just another picture. If you can see this, there's another crane. So the cranes seem to be able to, but maybe they got it to where it swings with the wind, and obviously that structure is a sail. It's staying there right now. So power outages in Sarasota County, about 78,800 people are without power in Sarasota. You were lucky, I guess, to get you back so quick. That's all I'll say.
Well, we're not quite to the eye yet. We're approaching now. We'll see. We've got pretty strong
I will
winds here
say
right now.
this.
Go
I
ahead.
just got a message from Wayne Saladay. He texted him right before 3, and I said, that you had sent him a link to the
Hold on, I'll
StreamYard. Okay, well, Marie said she did send it, but send it again just so he'll have it, and he will probably be in here in a few minutes. Pinellas County affected 72,000 people were without power in Pinellas County. They're going through this. Listen, we don't know what the devastation is going to be like in the infrastructure, but I would not expect people to have their power back on tomorrow. Wow. So you got to understand also, just really quick, we're looking at Charlie at the same path that Charlie took. Believe it or not, the eye of Charlie was only 8 miles wide. It literally fit inside parts of Charlotte Harbor without touching the other side. So if it was in the middle, and it did, there were parts of the eye wall that never touched land until it got further up. That, compared to what we're seeing right now, should tell you the difference. I mean, we're looking at 30 to 40 miles easily. And I will tell you what it appears to me is that eye is closing in, which typically means a closing or a tightening eye means strengthening. Now, I'm not saying it's strengthening. I'm just saying it's not weakening. And it is literally half on, half off right now as we speak, about half on, half off of infall. So half hasn't made it in. The other half is around the Pine Island, the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. Part of Fort Myers is actually right now in the eye wall. So,
Rich,
go ahead.
hold on a minute. I'm going to mute you. I'm going to bring on Wayne Saladay.
Okay.
Hey, Wayne, how you doing, buddy? Are you there, Wayne? Wayne, say something. I got Wayne on visual, but I don't have it on sound. Log back off and come back on again, Wayne. Log back off, come back on. Rich, I'm going to bring you. Rich is gone, but I'm going to. All right, Rich. Rich, carry us for a minute. I'm going to get Wayne back on, okay?
Sure. Okay, so, it is right now about 3:15. We are in the eye wall in the Northport, Port Charlotte, and I'll be honest with you, Port Charlotte's getting ready to hit the eye. It's literally the eye walls basically in the very northern parts of Charlotte County and, into Sarasota County. You will start seeing Fort Myers, those kind of places have been seeing this onrush of water. We're seeing historic flood in Naples. We've seen pictures of that. And I'll tell you, you look at any video of this and you're not seeing much weakening. Now, that's not to say that the eastern part of this storm is not as wet as it was, but the eastern part of the storm is not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with the central part of the storm, and we will be dealing with the western part of the storm, and that is still a mild beast. And like I said, you're going to start seeing the places like Inglewood later on this evening. you're going to see that kind of flooding in Rotunda, the Placida area, Inglewood Beach, Venice. That water's going to start rushing inshore instead of offshore. That wind is going to start pushing it onshore, and you're just going to have a devastating time. And you just need to be aware of that. I'm not telling you need to go anywhere, because it's kind of too late right now. They are right now having still 92-mile-an-hour sustained winds in Northport. Sarasota is at 77. You don't need to be in a car with that kind of wind. I'm just going to tell you, just don't need to be in a car in that kind of wind. And again, you don't know what's right down the road. There are parts of Northport that are flooded, and we are not dealing as storm surge. I just got a message that said National Weather Service has issued a flash flood warning for Northport. It'll be in effect till September 28th, which is today, 7:15 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That should tell you. Flash flood warning, not advisory, a warning for Northport. I will say, I'm just looking at ABC News Action Weather. It's down to 150 miles an hour from 155, so it's dropped down 5 miles an hour. The millibars came up 3 millibars from 937 to 40, still moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour. And I will say, if you look at not the visible satellite, but just the radar indication, that eye is getting more ragged, which typically means it is getting affected by land or dry air. So hopefully we're not going to see any further strengthening from this. You typically don't. But who knows with this storm? It's just been one of those monsters that you're really not going to be able to say. But please don't let your guard down, because if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you've only seen half the storm. You've only seen half of it, and it's coming on land, and there's a good chance the part that's still over water is not going to weaken that much. And if you looked at the basic eye wall around the center, it's massive, and it's red, and it's angry looking. And you're going to see that the rest of the afternoon. John, are we having any luck with Wayne yet? Well, we're still seeing, I'll just keep talking. We're seeing some video on the screen here of different areas. We have, what is that? Valrico, Florida, Punta Gorda. We have Venice Fishing Pier, Inglewood, and then Punta Gorda also. It looks like somebody driving. We also see, looks like what could have been some little bit of destruction on a building. I don't know. It looks like there might have been a roof blown off in Inglewood or Punta Gorda. I'm sorry. But we did see pictures. I had it up a few minutes ago of part of a collapse, a partial collapse. It's not a total collapse, a partial collapse of part of Sunseeker Resort. And it was the steel girders that on part of the area that they're building now and expanding. So, devastation, not just basically by water. I mean, that was strictly wind. And, it luckily hasn't, as if we saw that picture, it had not knocked down the cranes, but it had knocked down part of the structure itself, the building. And that just shows you the power of the wind that we're experiencing with this thing. Still a Category 4. It hasn't weakened to that part. And from what it looks like right now, it's going to kind of take a more northeast direction once it gets up into, Manatee County. It's going to take more northeast than north, and it's going to head out over to what looks like Volusia County. So that's a good chance that Central Florida, Lakeland is probably going to get some of this. So Disney World and Universal is probably going to get some of this, and then it's going to go out over the Volusia County. They already had 103 mile an hour gust in Lakeland. So that tells you right there, this is, that's well inland. It's probably 130 miles from me, but as the crow flies, you're probably talking 100 miles inland. They've already had 103 mile an hour gust. That's literally where this is heading, is toward Lakeland, Haines City, Bartow, up into Orange County. Kissimmee probably will be affected by that, and on up. Once you get past Kissimmee, you're kind of in the Kissimmee River area and a lot of lakes and a lot of swampland. But then you get, the Brevard County area, you get the Seminole County area, and you get the Volusia County area, which are more populated. So again, just because it gets off of us doesn't mean Florida is without. But what you need to take from that is if it devastates those areas too, right now there's finite resources. It's not infinite yet. So if you're in need, so are they. If they're devastated in Lakeland, they're going to expect help too. All I'm saying is be able to take care of yourself for a few days. Hopefully you're able to do that. I understand if your house is flooded, like the pictures we saw up to the roof, that's going to be harder. Okay, well, if you're not like that, maybe you can not request all the resources and let people like that be helped. So Thursday at 2 a.m. Right now, it is Wednesday, right? And so Thursday at 2 a.m., it looks like the storm should be moving faster, and it should be coming basically out of the north and northeast. So hopefully this evening, you're going to see the wind switch. That's one of the things that they were really hoping, is that it would move faster and get out of area, because if we're going to continue on having these kinds of winds blowing onshore, you're going to continue to have flooding and storm surge. The faster it moves out, the faster it allows that wind to cease and the flood waters to back into the Gulf. So right now, Futurecast is showing 2 a.m. tonight. It's going to be basically inland. We still might have some issues, but looks like tomorrow we're going to have not as big a chance of rain, which is great. That's good news. After a day like today, we don't need any more. But then, the Sarasota, especially southern Sarasota area, really is going to be needing to determine if the freshwater flooding is something that they're going to be able to handle. Because if getting 8 to 10, and I've seen already 7 to 8 inches of rain have fallen around the upper Bradenton County area, all that just basically flows right down to us. If you get over to DeSoto County, that water is going to flow down the Peace River.
Rich,
go ahead.
Hold on 1 second.
Hi, boys.
Hey, Wayne, how you doing, buddy?
I got in.
Rich, I have Rich muted because we get feedback, so just give him a wave.
Hi, Rich.
So give us an update, Wayne. What's your thoughts now, brother?
Well, I just posted, John. Landfall was, I hate to be the guy that says, I told you so, but landfall was almost exactly where I said. The official landfall winds at 150 miles per hour on Cayo Costa Island, and that's just across the channel from Boca Grande. I had said Upper Captiva, believe it or not, last night, and I think that was on my post, but that's where it came ashore. I'm watching, as you are, the very same thing you've got up there, severestudios.com. What a magnificent job those guys are doing. I can't believe it. 9 cameras. I think they've lost 4 of their cameras so far. But anyway, if you look, you can see in Punta Gorda, they've got a camera mounted on the very first bridge on Marion Avenue that goes over into the aisles, and water still, it's up to the tops of the seawalls, but not in the yards. Englewood, Florida has taken a beating. You can see up there, you can see the Venice Pier and others. I'm watching the same image on my TV that you guys have up there. But yeah, the worst is by far Fort Myers Beach, and now up into Fort Myers and Cape Coral. Fort Myers Beach had at least 14 feet of storm surge over Fort Myers Beach, because the water went up and over the camera that they had mounted at like 12, 13 feet. Pictures coming in from Naples showing significant flooding in Naples, cars completely underwater. And so anyway, it's not a pretty picture, and it's not going to get any prettier. Have you guys seen the image? And I had put it in. Several people have posted it, that came from Jim Farrell, who shared it from a friend of his, a former coworker, with the entirety of Charlie well within the eye of Ian. And that says it all. That tells you the whole story. And when they say Charlie was just a great big tornado, they're absolutely right. He was not a big boy hurricane. This dude is. And I can't imagine what things are like right now in Cape Coral, in Fort Myers, of course, Fort Myers Beach, up along McGregor, Naples. But so far, by the grace of God, we're not seeing that kind of surge into Charlotte Harbor. Now, I've had several reports on my Facebook page from people. Roofs are coming off in Northport. Had a woman on Biscayne that just told me a few minutes ago both her neighbors have lost their roofs on Biscayne. So this has become a wind event for Northport. Some of those winds, horrific, absolutely horrific. I think Rich wants to chime in.
Hey, Rich, I got you on, buddy. Go ahead.
I wanted to the little self flagellation, I guess, or whatever you call it. Okay, so I had a friend send this to me, and he said the storm is going over your house, and there's an app I guess you can have the show that is really basically showing the position of the path. So that little red line that you see right there, and then right beside it you'll see the Suggs Group. That's my address, and they got the eye of the hurricane going right over my house. I am like, huh? But yeah, I mean, I've had my granddaughter say we've already lost parts of our roof as far as the shingles. She hasn't gone outside, thank God. I need to ask you a question.
Really deteriorating in
Wayne,
Me?
I've got a friend down in the area of Naples. He took his rig, his RD rig down there, and he's staying in a hotel. All of a sudden, he's 2.5 miles off of the coast, and he is already at about 3 to 4 foot of storm surge in that parking lot, and he is stuck. He can't go anywhere, and he was asking me when this surge will recede.
Oh, it's going to be, Rich, it's going to be several hours, because as the storm progresses north-northeast across the state, the backside wind is going to shift. First, it's going to come around from out of the north, and then it's going to shift around to the southwest. And for the next, for the next day or so, it's going to be push that water towards the coast. So anything they've got now, it's not going anywhere. It's going to stay right there. And on top of that, you've got the torrential rains that are falling. And those rains are going to fill up rivers and creeks and canals, and the water can't drain. There's nowhere for it to go. So my fear is that you're going to see significant flooding for a very long time. Now look at the cameras. Look at the cameras on there. You can see the winds in Englewood, but you can see Punta Gorda. Again, that's a bridge cam on Marion Avenue, looking out towards Charlotte Harbor, towards the harbor, and the water up over the docks, over the seawalls, but not in the homes. It's not coming. As far as the surge is concerned, it's not coming up in there, and I am extraordinarily thankful for that.
So I've got a quick question. The storm surge itself, you just talked about south of us and how that's going to affect the northern part once it comes onshore. Can you talk about the damage that's happening down south and what people should expect north of Fort Myers onshore?
Well, north of Fort Myers, I'm hopeful, John, and we're looking at all wind damage, significant wind damage. One of the things you have to remember is, and I keep going back to this time after time, Northport, Englewood, Rotunda, honestly, they went through Winnie the Pooh's blustery day when Charlie came into Punta Gorda. They never saw this. So you don't have the homes that had to be rebuilt, re-roofed. We had 27,000 roofs lost in Charlie. And I can see thousands of people losing roofs in places like Northport, Englewood, and others where the roofs are 20, 30 years old in some cases. The other thing is that, people don't realize that shingles in Florida dry out tremendously in the Florida sunshine, and they're being held up there by the weight of them, and then they will start to peel off, and that's why people are saying that they're losing roofs. Now, I don't know about the entire roof, but I certainly would expect that many, many, many will lose the very top of their roofs. The other key was shutters. If you have shutters on your home or a garage door that's reinforced, the wind can't get inside your home, so it can't get the pressure to blow your roof up and off. And that's a very big concern. Collapsed garage doors, the most vulnerable place in your home, into the largest room in your home, the garage, is at risk, and that's very much a concern.
That's the eye wall right now, is Venice to Englewood. So these are the two cameras that
Rich is still muted.
You're going to watch very closely.
So Wayne,
yeah,
if I could,
go ahead.
All right, so we're looking at the center of this storm going up through the Charlotte Harbor, and my concern is, even though it's moving a little northeast, once the bottom of the storm starts coming up, you're going to see the turn from more westerly winds onto places like Rotunda, Placida, Englewood Beach.
As
and also into places like PGI. And I'm just curious to see. Go ahead.
As he pulls away, there's going to be, as I said earlier, there's going to be a significant southwest fetch, and that is going to push water up into places along the Florida West Coast. And now I'm talking about maybe even Venice, but certainly Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, Cape Coral, Fort Myers. This is just the edge of the sword right here. The full brunt of this is still to come.
So do you see possible devastating flooding in places like PGI that you mentioned that it's only coming up to? Because that actually is, the wind was blowing away from there, and now you're going to start seeing that wind turn and come into the bottom of the bay and force it up in there. Do you see any evidence of severe flooding later on today?
It's a possibility. I can't say for sure that it won't, and I'm certainly not going to say for sure that it will. I think it's a 50-50 proposition. And again, we're just going to have to wait and see. I've always said, and I've told people for 40 years now, because I was public information officer for 5 years before I started. So for 40 years, I've told people that if you're going to be in a hurricane, you probably want to be close to the center, because the storm surge, the worst, is 20 to 25 miles south as the crow flies. Well, do your math here. 20 to 25 miles south of Cayo Costa is Fort Myers Beach and the mouth of the Caloosahatchee River. So your highest storm surge by far is going to be there. So time will tell. Time will tell. But and for me to say there'll be no storm surge would be an absolute foolhardy thing to do. But yes, I think they may have dodged the worst of it from a surge perspective. But the winds, and again, remember, Englewood and Northport didn't get the hurricane winds that Punta Gorda and Lower Port Charlotte did. You know, Charlie was so small that the worst damage in Charlie was below Midway Boulevard. You went up on 41 north of Midway, you really couldn't tell, other than tree branches and stuff, that there had been a hurricane. And remember, I said to you about all the people the day after Charlie in Venice that were saying, where the hell are all these people coming from? Well, guess who's finding out, you know, why those people were, you know, that all those people in Venice tomorrow, because of the wind, are probably going to be going up to Bradenton and other places to get commodities.
There you go. Well, this is actually a video shown on, I'll do it's Myers. And this is part of the storm surge, and is actually on a street. And if you can see that floating, or right there, that's a shark in somebody's street.
Is that right?
You know, be careful getting out. Yeah, be careful getting out into storm surge waters, especially because, you know, it might not be a shark, but it could be an alligator. It could be a snake.
You know,
it could be other things that you don't want.
You know what's funny? What's funny about that, Rich? You're familiar, I'm sure, with up in Sarasota. They had tagged all of the sharks in as many as they could, maybe 24, I think, that lived in and around Charlotte Harbor. Before Charlie arrived, all those sharks left. All those sharks got out because their sense, as did many of the birds that had come over from the other coast and were waiting out what they thought was waiting out the storm, and they all had evacuated too. And the Native Americans would tell you they darn well knew what was coming by watching the animals, because what the animals do is a precursor to what's coming. But Moat Marine, like I said, they have talked about that for years, about how flabbergasted they were that all the tagged sharks exited stage left. And but anyway.
So you know, this is only what, day 7 of your foray into Hurricane Ian. Not a lot more you can
day
tell
7
people,
of what might be many, Rich. I don't know.
Yeah,
might be a lot.
So what would you tell people? I mean, you lived a devastating storm, and it might not have been as big, and I don't know, but you know, they still had devastating winds up in the central part of the state, all the way into Daytona, and so I think the wind damage could be nearly the same. What should people count on? What should people depend? I mean, what should people expect as far as getting help, you know, from your insurance agent to FEMA to, you know, government? what should
Okay,
they expect?
that's a lot. That's a lot, Rich.
I know, but you're the man.
You're asking a lot. Now, well, first of all, let's talk about what Ian is going to do. Ian is going to degrade downgrade quickly as he gets over land, because he's so big that he's going to be influenced by all that land mass. So the winds are going to wind down appreciably. Charlie was so tiny, had such an inner core, he was able to sustain. He was still a hurricane when he got to Daytona Beach, Rich. They had 105-mile-an-hour winds in Orlando, at Orlando International Airport. I don't see that happening with Ian. He's going to wind down very quickly, but he's going to be a rainmaker, a huge rainmaker. And some places in Central Florida, they're thinking, well, we got away with this one, are going to get 2 feet of rain, and it can't go anywhere. It can't go down the Kissimmee River. It can't come down the Hillsborough River in Tampa. It can't come down the Myakka River, up Sarasota, Bradenton area. It's going to be a very, very long and difficult post-storm situation. So we will watch. We will see. I know that I've been watching the press conferences by FEMA and by Governor DeSantis, and they are poised. They are staged. The last number I heard, I don't know, this is unbelievable. The last number I heard is that they have 40,000 line workers, electrical line workers, staged up in North Florida, South Georgia, ready to come into the affected areas. 40,000. Now, we needed 22,000 in Charlotte to get us back up in 13 days. But 40,000, including, I might add, I heard the governor, your governor, say, we want to thank the following states, and one of the states was Colorado. So by God, our folks there helping out.
Well, we will say right now, thank you. We'll say it to you. We'll say it to them if they're listening, because I'm going to tell you, they said from 29 different states, and that's what makes America great, right?
And that is something, Rich, that came about after Hurricane Andrew, and it's called the Interstate Compact for Emergency Management. And that was something that every one of the 50 states signed off on. And I wouldn't be surprised at what you get people heading in there from 50 states, emergency management professionals and recovery people and others. I know one of the things that we had done before I departed, we had been urged by FEMA to have at least 5 contracts worked out with debris companies that come in and help your public works manage the debris. And if you recall, out at the stadium, we had what we called Mount Trashmore, and that was a huge mountain of vegetative debris. They took all the construction stuff to the landfill, but all the vegetative stuff that could be ground up and transported away was taken to the stadium. And again, we had 5 contracts. The day Charlie hit, I utilized 4 of those contractors. And the debris bill in Charlie for Charlotte County was $65 million. I think that's the figure. Our damage was 3.2.
Your paycheck?
I'm sorry?
Did that come out of your budget? I said, did that come out of your budget?
No, it came out of my pocket. Yeah.
So we're happy that you had that kind of laying around cash. So I was just talking, John Rawlings just texted me and said they're having extreme winds at his location. No internet, so I'm kind of on my own as far as this goes. So, if you need to go, listen, you've been up. You're living East Coast time, but you're living in Mountain time.
I'm all right. Where does John live?
He lives up in the Plantation Bay area of Northport. So it's just a little bit north of, a little bit east and north of the Toledo Blade
Okay,
Price
I
Boulevard
was just going
area.
to ask if that's up Toledo Blade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Well,
he's
like I said,
kind of been knocked off a little bit, which kind of tells you, it's still not I'm looking out on here on ABC Action News out of out of Tampa, and they're kind of showing the eye reaching to the top level of the bay, right? So then you have literally the Peace River, and then the other side is the Mayaca River, but it's really just right up at the top of the bay.
But I'm talking about.
I mean, that's where the eye is starting. So everything above that for probably 15 miles is nothing but eye wall.
Surging.
Well,
or surge can.
That's a lot of people in the eye wall right now.
Punta Gorda is about to go into the eye.
Really?
And so you'll see that very shortly if you're watching. Oh, you don't have those cameras anymore, do you? John went down.
He took those off somewhere.
I'm watching the Severe Storms or Severe Studios site, and I would say that we're going to see pictures on the Weather Channel here momentarily with Punta Gorda in sunshine. And I think it's starting to brighten up markedly right now as I watch this picture on my big screen here. Yeah, I got 65 inches of devastation that I'm watching. So,
it's one of those things that most people, including you, I mean, you dealt with a very devastating, but like you said, as far as north, I mean, as little as Midway Boulevard, people didn't fully understand. I lived up in Tampa Bay at the time, and we were coming down to take some pictures of the devastation because we had heard about how bad it was, and it was like somebody flipped a switch. You were going down 41, and then all of a sudden devastation, and it was like somebody had opened up a veil, and everything on one side of it was good, and the other side was devastation, and it's just literally that market.
Well, listen, let me tell you a quick story about the guy that was the general manager of WEMG radio in Englewood. Okay,
right.
He was with me. He rode out Charlie in the operations building at the Charlotte County Airport. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When I felt comfortable that I could let him go, I said, "All right, try to make your way back home to East Englewood." All right. So he gingerly goes out. He heads into Punta Gorda. He can't believe what he's seeing. He gets through downtown, goes over the bridges to Port Charlotte. Likewise, everything mostly on the east side of 41, blown open, roofs blown off and whatnot. He gets up to Port Charlotte to Murdoch. He turns left at the mall and heads out towards Englewood. He crosses the Mayaca River, gets out to East Englewood, turns and goes down to his home, pushes the garage door button, it opens. He walks in, takes a beer out of the refrigerator, sits down in his recliner, hits the button and watches on TV the devastation that he had just come from 20 or so miles away. That's what happened in Charlotte.
And really didn't even lose power.
He did not lose power. And that ain't happening here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sitting here as we talk, and I'm checking on Facebook. I mean, I don't know if you remember or knew Chris Hanks. He was at one time a commissioner in Northport, and he was served obviously as mayor.
I remember the name.
Right. Now he said
Jill,
anybody.
Jill, the former mayor Jill is a good friend of mine.
Right.
Jill was one of my compatriots on Comedy for a Cause for the Charlotte Players back 8 years ago. And I've followed Northport politics and commission and whatnot. Yes.
Well, he was mentioning the fact that he hasn't lost power. He lives
He has now.
a little north. Well, I just was informed he has now. This was 2 hours ago. He had not. But I've known people in Northport that lost it at 8:30 this morning. So there you go.
Well, I thought it was fascinating. They were showing the power outage totals, and
Right.
the lowest number of power outages, and it's not because of population, but on the map, all these places were without power north of Charlotte, south of Charlotte, but Charlotte County had the least number of people without power. Good reason. They had to rebuild the entire power grid in Punta Gorda after Charlotte and Port Charlotte. So it held up.
It should be good now, right?
Well, it held up longer than I expected it to, and that was an interesting thing to see happen.
Right.
Usually not as bad.
Wow. It's looking like maybe we're seeing some of the final. I don't want to give anybody's false hope. But
Right.
I'm sitting here looking at the massive storm that was Ian, 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago, and now the brilliant reds are kind of gone a little bit, and it kind of seems like it's compacted a little bit now. It doesn't necessarily mean it's weakened. It's just not as huge a central storm as it was.
The
What do
eye
you think of that?
The high has contracted a bit, yes.
So does that mean strengthening or just kind of through its death throes?
Oftentimes that's not a good sign.
Right.
You'd like a broader eye, but that north eye wall, if you can see the radar, that north eye wall working its way up right now, Venice and Englewood under the gun are just getting hammered by that north eye wall.
And that wall is a good 30 miles wide. I mean, typically you'll see a 10 or 15 mile wide, but it is huge. And I was looking
to the southeast, cycling up over Fort Myers and Cape Coral and Punta Gorda, not much. Everything right now is on the north and northwest side, and that goes against what we always talk about as far as the worst winds are in the northeast quadrant, the right front quadrant, and right now that's not the case. It's the left quadrant to the northwest that seems to be by far the most intense weather.
Well, it had kind of made a direct east jog. You can look at the path. I mean, it's showing here, and you can see some direct east jogs, but then it's going directly north now. But you look at that eye wall, and you say, "Holy cow! Nobody's nobody's out of the woods yet." But all of that's still got to come through.
All the Charlie veterans, and they've been pummeling me. Remember, I've got 31,000 people ostensibly out there on Facebook, and I've been getting pounded with how long. These are Charlie veterans where it was over in an hour, and they don't get that this is going to be a long-term event. Just heard they had a gust of 124 in Punta Gorda. So, yeah.
That doesn't sound to me like it's, maybe this is a question a lot of people would like to know. You've got a plane that's traveling at 10,000 feet, flying through the storm, and it's measuring the wind and rain and everything. I know they're dropping, instruments down through it.
Drop signs.
Tell you it's 155 miles. Is that surface or is that flight level?
No, that's their surface. Earlier, I guess you didn't hear, they recorded a flight level wind at one point of 225 miles an hour up at flight level. But that doesn't transfer.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that doesn't transfer to the surface. But that just shows you that just shows you what those hurricane hunters have to put up with. Have you ever been on one of those planes?
I mean, other than just taking a tour of it, I've never actually flown on.
Well, I flew in the C-130, and they were sharing me how they strap the meteorologists back. You know, the pilots are obviously strapped, but all of the meteorologists in the back are all strapped in. I mean, tight, and all their gear is strapped down because when they penetrate that eye wall back and forth, and you've seen me post the flight path,
Yes.
they get a significant jostling when they do that. And it's Mr. Toad's Wild Ride about 100 times.
Wow.
Yeah. So by the grace of God, we only lost one plane, one hurricane hunter in all the years that they've been doing it. But that's why they can't go beyond the landfall point over land, is because the last thing they want is a C-130 coming down in your backyard along with everything else. So
right,
once
exactly.
once that storm crossed Cayo Costa earlier, about almost an hour ago now, they were done. They could not follow it up into Charlotte Harbor or overland. They're done. They'll stay out there for a while, and they'll fly around and continue to monitor the backside to see what the steering flow and everything looks like, but they could not follow the core of the storm. And I think I did tell you that I met the pilot of the C-130 from 2004 that flew Charlie, and he said he almost had a mutiny on board his plane because his crew was just hammering him to stay with the storm. He said, I can't do it. He'd have been court-martialed if he'd have done it. So,
well, let me ask you this. A couple of things. And your expertise, right now it looks like from tracking data and spaghetti models, it's going to go more or less over Orlando and out through Daytona. What is this thing could reform out over the Atlantic?
Well, it all depends on how much of the structure is remaining in the core of the storm. The official forecast, now I apologize, I did not analyze that last track beyond Southwest Florida to see, but the one that I saw on the Weather Channel showed it going out into the Atlantic and then back in to just maybe north of Savannah, maybe over Hilton Head, as a 60 to 65 mile per hour tropical storm. And they're looking at a 4 or 5 foot storm surge up there.
Okay. And so I'm trying to see if there's anything, let me real quick check and see if anybody's left any messages. I don't see anything right now. So, the best part we can hope for is rapid weakening. Maybe if it keeps moving faster and faster north and east, maybe the storm surge ends tomorrow. Do you think?
It's hard to say. And it all depends on where Ian goes. It all depends on his future track. There's really not a way to, make an analysis and say for sure. I'll do some research. Tell you what, I'll make you a promise. I'll go look and see what I can come up with, and then we'll get back with you.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Well, so Wayne Saladay, for you guys listening on KDWRadio.com, we've had Wayne Saladay on here. He is our resident, used to be resident, but he's as far as resident of the station. He is our expert on these kinds of things. So I'm going to let you go and get some rest, because you've been up. You're working 2 hours behind us. So when you get up for the 4 o'clock, it's actually 2 o'clock in your area. So when he gets up for the 4 o'clock testing, because did you see the? Whew, that thing went from 120 to 155 like that quick.
And that's one of the things that the Hurricane Center folks will tell you, that they're perplexed by the fact that it always seems like there's rapid intensification of these things as they come near shore, and they haven't deciphered that yet as to why, but it's been happening more and more and more. So,
and I will tell you, from last night to this morning until now, there's been at least 2 and maybe 3 eye wall reformations, and that is amazing, being so close to land.
Eye wall replacement. Yeah.
Yeah.
And every time there's an eye wall replacement, that's generally followed by intensification. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, let me run. I got to get back to Facebook and see what I can tell people, okay? All right.
Thank you so much, Wayne Saladay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon. All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Good deal. Bye-bye. All right. So I'm going solo. I was kind of hoping to be able to get hold of RJ Malloy, and I'm going to see if there's a possibility. I'm looking at the radar on the TV right now, and man, that thing is just jogging left and right, left and right. It is getting to be a smaller storm, but I'm hoping it's 145 mile an hour now, so it is weakening ever so slightly. And all I'll say is 145 and 155, that's literally a jog. So, you think about riding your bike at 10 miles an hour, typically what people ride their bike, that's the difference between 145 and 155, 10 miles an hour. So not a lot. The damage you can do by throwing a bike at a wall at 10 miles an hour, I doubt very much. But, there's still a lot of power in this storm. It is right now devastating Sarasota County. I mean, Sarasota County is just almost entire county is in the eye wall. Part of DeSoto County, part of Highlands County, part of Manatee County is in that eye wall. And that kind of tells you the eye wall stretches from just south of Bradenton to all the way down to below Boca Grande. So if you're familiar with this area and you think if I took a car and I went from Sarasota, north of Sarasota, so actually Bradenton down to Boca Grande, how far that is, that's the width of this eye wall. And that's where the highest winds are. And that is what, these areas are just getting hit with left and right. I am going to see if I'm going to try to keep talking while I do this, but I'm going to see if I can send a link. I'm hoping he can get in. I'm going to see if I can send this link to Mr. Okay. I'm going to send this forward to RJ Malloy. RJ, if you're happen to be listening, I'm sending you a link to this StreamYard. If you can get on, I sure would appreciate it. Okay, I've sent it to you. It's a link to the StreamYard. You can come on with me and explain he's live. Now, what you don't know is he resides in El Jobim. If you don't know this area, El Jobim is right off of the Mayaca River, right at almost within 2 or 3 miles as the crow flies from the headwaters of the bay. So you have the Mayaca River flowing down, and there's one little town, and it's called El Jobim. Right after that, and it's right on the river, right after that, you open up into the bay. And so they are right in the midst of the heaviest of this storm right now. He had to leave El Jobim, and he is basically, fortressing at the radio station. I'm hoping he wasn't with the fact that he had to be at the radio station, only because of the fact that it is not the most secure area in the world. It's it's a little strip mall area where we have our studios. With main glass in front that is basically well protected. There's not a lot of trees in our area, so hopefully we won't have a lot of debris. But hopefully, if we can get RJ on the StreamYard, he can kind of give us up to date on who and what and how this storm is affecting. I'm up in North Carolina. I mean, I'm literally looking at probably 58 to 60 degrees. It is bright sunshine. It is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, my time. So, it's getting to be more toward the evening. We're in the mountains of North Carolina, but good internet. I'm from that area. I have a house in Northport. And before, I'm seriously having a dose of survivor's guilt. I'm not having to live through what most of my friends and family are living through. And that just really bothers me. But let me see if I can. I'll do a text to him, RJ. Let's see, RJ. Okay, why is he not coming in?
Northport's out of electricity.
What's that?
All of Northport's out of electricity.
Okay, I was just informed by my wife, who is my information gatherer. She is scanning all of the different Facebook and YouTube and all this. Northport is completely out of electricity. That shows you the amount of effort of this wind. Can I just say that hopefully, if you do not have internet, if you might still have phone service. I offered this before. If you need to get a message to somebody, and you're able to see this Facebook, then you might want to tap into my phone, 813-495-0673. And I'll give somebody a call. If you need to give a call, just text me who it is and the number. I'll see what I can do to help you if you need that kind of help. I've got a lot of a huge amount of friends and family that live in that area, and let me just say, it's very distressing seeing all the suffering that's going on. And we are in contact with my granddaughter. They do not have electricity in Northport. She is under full instruction not to turn the generator on until after this is over with. She can live without a few lights for a while. Okay, so I'm going to see if I can get RJ Malloy. I'm not seeing RJ Malloy. Where's Okay, so I do have that. Let's see if I can get to create message. I'll see. I don't know if you'll be able to hear him, but let's see if I can get him on the phone and see, and then I'll see if he can possibly.
Hello.
Hey, RJ, Rich Suggs, how you doing?
Surviving so far.
Okay, so I'm on StreamYard. I did send you a link to StreamYard. I don't know if you have internet. I don't know if you have power. You obviously have phone. So if need be, I do have internet and I have StreamYard. John Rawlings needed to get off because he has lost power and internet. So you are at the station.
I are.
And we are understanding you guys are in the eye wall as we speak.
It appears to be just south of us.
Just south of you?
Yeah, it's hard to tell. We're not getting good information from the Hurricane Center. All
Right.
the stuff is behind schedule.
Okay.
And windy.com is way off. and so I'm following the radar. So it appears to be a little bit south of us.
Okay. Well, I was looking at the TV brand of meteorology, not the National Weather Service, and they had this massive wind and rain field that was like 40 miles wide, and they were calling that the eye wall. And so, whether it is you're right next to the eye, I don't know, but it was pretty devastating. They were having. I know my granddaughter was saying that parts of the roof are taking, or more or less the shingles are leaving my house. So, and seeing severe wind and rain in that area. Are you not experiencing that?
No, it's really bad here. The palm tree in front of the building snapped off.
Okay.
The sign, the WKDW sign on the building blew off.
Okay.
So no, it's bad here. I mean, it's really bad here. The doors are rattling. If you put your hand on the glass pane on the door, you can feel it flexing. At one point, the wind blew so hard that it blew all the water out of the parking lot.
Wow. And then it came right back in.
We're probably looking at 60, 70 mile an hour winds here right now. Punta Gorda just recorded 125.
Right. Now, I will say, it appears now the way this thing is jogging, Northport, and especially western Northport, where you are, might not see the eye. That's
what I'm thinking. We're just getting the wind field as it goes by.
Right. And so you might never see that cessation of rain and wind for hours. And I will say that only because it appears from what they're showing right now, literally Charlotte Harbor is in the eye, but it's collapsing. The eye is kind of collapsing, and it's going to go a little bit east instead of north. And so Northport almost entirely is going to continue into these rain bands for hours.
Yeah, and it looks like the outer bands have got some really good speed to them. We're closer to the eye wall. I kept thinking the eye wall was going to have the highest speed, but when you do the map with it, the higher speeds are further out.
Right. It's trying to catch up.
I don't know if that's because of the size of the storm or what.
Yeah, we're seeing right now 116 miles an hour in Venice, 123 miles an hour. There's some rain right off of like Little Manatee or Little Gasparilla Island, 134, 123, 98 miles an hour, and right around Osprey area. So you guys are going to be in it for a while. All of that is not going to go away. It's kind of just maintaining, and it's really on the what they would typically call the weakest side of the storm, but it is maintaining since it's out over the water, and that area is now getting onto shore. So it's almost like, the weirdest way, that part of the storm is going to be the worst, which we've always heard that the northeast portion, but this is almost like the northwest portion is the worst. And so
what are the wind speeds in Northport now? Because it's really, really moving here.
Well, it's not, I'm looking at news out of Tampa, and they don't know about Northport. So I know that. Well, you just look at Punta Gorda with 126. It's all in that same band. So I would definitely think you're probably over 100. 100 in Venice, 114 in Venice. So
it's probably all consistent here.
Yeah.
Right now we're getting a major wind up against the back of the building.
Right.
Blowing directly at the building. All the fences are down. All the neighbors' fences are down. The preschool lost a good part of their fence.
Are you seeing any roof destruction on anything close by? Are you able to see that? Or I know you don't need to venture out.
Visibility is really short right now. there's no roofs that I can see in the front. That's where I got the best visibility. If I look out the back, it's almost white out. So much water and wind.
Right. So for these people that are listening and not with exactly where we are, we're almost down. We're on US 41 Tamiami Trail, almost to the Warm Mineral Springs area. So if you think of Ortiz, if you're familiar with that area, you think of Ortiz as the road that leads to the Warm Mineral Springs. We are the station where RJ is literally half a mile, or not even a quarter of a mile from Ortiz. So you will know right on Tamiami Trail. That's the area of Northport. Now Northport is huge, and you literally could go 20 miles the other way and you'd still be in Northport, but you would be in the eastern part of Northport. So I'm going to try to reach some people that live over there. Are you in need of anything?
No, we're safe here, and it's pretty scary. Like I say, the doors are rattling. For the longest time, the wind was blowing right down 41 towards Warm Mineral Springs.
Okay.
And that was the strangest thing to see, and that's what was snapping off the palm trees. Now it's blowing directly south from us, or southwest. And so the wind comes over the top of the building. There's this area close to the building that's in a vacuum, so there's almost nothing coming down. And there's so much wind in the parking lot that there's no standing water in the parking lot. It's all being blown off.
Wow, that's amazing. Go ahead.
But this is scary. I mean, it really is. You sober up when you realize how powerful things are.
And you still see, they have live action. Some guy in Bradenton is out in the middle of the storm, and he's probably got 60 or 70 miles an hour. Sometimes you got to wonder. We've seen this before. I don't know why they feel necessary to put their life in and hang out in the storm. But I don't know if you have been able to watch. And I'm hoping that this isn't a foretelling of what you're going to see in Inglewood. But Fort Myers, Naples, devastation. And it's really from storm surge. Brenda's down in Naples. He's 2.5 miles from the beach. And he's in 6.5 foot water. That's the kind of storm surge that you could be seeing later this evening if it keeps going the same way, and that you start getting, like RJ said, the winds will start switching. If it starts coming out of the west, that's going to push that water right up into Rotunda, Placida, Inglewood, and possibly even Venice. I mean, so don't think that because it's blowing out, you might not be getting storm surge. That could be right around the corner. You need to.
We think that Rotunda has had some really bad problems there. They're only 7 feet above sea level at Rotunda.
Right.
And they have no outgoing drainage because they're lower than the land around them. So I think that we're going to find that the people in Rotunda have had a real rough time of this.
Wow.
And like I say, the winds here are over 100 miles an hour. It's just really frightening to watch. And it's swirling now, and every now and then we get a bolt of lightning and thunder.
Yeah, you're in one of those, I dare say you're in the eye wall then. That's really where all this rough weather is. And I'll only say from looking, showing on the ABC Action News, an ABC affiliate.
We should be listening to them and not wink.
That's right. So we're seeing that there's a massive amount of wind and storms on the western side of the storm, but yet as it moves east, it's bringing that on shore now. So you might not be out of the bad yet. So just listen, hunker down, don't go out. You might not get into the eye. And so you might still be in it for a few hours. And I would just caution anybody in this area, if you happen to get into the eye, and you don't know exactly how long you're going to be in the eye, don't go out because you might only get 10 minutes of it. And you,
right. And what's going on here right now is no human can stand up outside.
Okay.
There's no way you can go outside right now in this part of Northport and you walk a couple of feet, will just knock you down and drag you across the parking lot.
Well, so stay where you are. Have you had any issues with the plate glass?
Everything is, we're triple pane on the windows. The doors are safety glass, but when you put your hand on the door, you can feel it flex, which is kind of scary.
Wow. Yeah, stay away from windows and doors.
Right.
All right. Well, RJ, thank you so much for tuning in. I'm still on air and kind of waiting to see if we're going to get John back, but we'll try to stay as long as we can on air to give everybody in, because I understand if this might be the only method of understanding what's going on in Northport in our general facility without internet or electricity. So I'll stay at the helm, and as soon as John gets back on, I'll turn it back over to him.
Okay, Rich.
All right, thank you. All right, that was RJ Malloy. He is the founder. He is the man with KDWRadio.com. That was our broadband that he started, 12, 14 years ago now. And then we gradually turned into an FM, FM station, WKDW 97.5. Unfortunately, we had a lightning strike. We are a small nonprofit radio station. So, we are dependent upon donations. And so when we had the lightning strike, we haven't been able to get back on air on the FM side, but we're continuing to broadcast on the broadband side. And that's what you're hearing now from KDWRadio.com. I will be honest with you, I got two dogs that are looking at me like, Daddy, when are we going to go out walking? I need to go walk. It's pretty weather here. Listen, it is a bad situation. I'm going to see if I can't reach another gentleman. His name's Rob. I won't tell you unless he says it's okay to name on air. But we're going to talk to him. He is more in the Port Charlotte area. So we're going to see, because again, a couple of miles here and there can really be a determining factor. So we'll see what I know. I had called him earlier today and he had lost power. I'm trying as we speak to get that. Gosh, what did I do with his number? All right, so we're going to do Rob. All right. So we'll see how he lives, not too far off of 41. I mean, not a long ways from 41. Hey, Rob, Rich Suggs with KDW Radio. How are you doing?
Good.
So I was telling the listeners, this is Rob. If you don't want your last name used, that's fine. He is a contractor. So if he wants to advertise for nothing, he can say that too. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be some people needing services.
Yeah, it's pretty bad here.
and so you are south of Northport.
Yeah.
Have you reached the eye yet?
Not yet. I think probably looks like maybe another half hour. It's pretty bad. A lot of our neighbors have lost parts of their house and some fences and a lot of down trees and a lot of
pool cages.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were telling me when I talked earlier today that you cut your screen. Did that save your pool cage?
Well, it did. Half of a tree just fell out, so it just took the rest of it out.
Oh, there you go. Did it hit your roof?
Well, there's stuff been bouncing off the roof. So far, so good. All our vehicles are safe, but the screen, actually cutting your screen will save your cage, but you know, it's one of those things where the branches happen to fall in this direction. You know, I'm thinking the wind's blowing right now. Got to be close to 75, 80 miles an hour. So,
I will just tell you that they just recorded 126 mile an hour in Punta Gorda. So, you know, you're in that same band as it's going over the top. Now, they've also recorded right offshore, and they don't have a lot of measuring facilities in the Port Charlotte unless you go out to the airport, right? Or into Northport. Northport is completely without power, without internet, without a whole lot of things. But I'm watching ABC out of Tampa, and there is a cluster of storms still offshore that is part of this same band. And they are recording 128, 132 miles an hour in that band. And that is starting to move on shore and kind of heading your way. So don't necessarily think that you are out of it yet, is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, we'll get to the eye of it, and then you'll have a little break, and then it's actually the back part of the storm is the worst.
Right, and I don't know if you've been able to see the latest. You will probably be missed by the eye. There's a chance, but it's kind of jogging a little east right now. And so that top part of Port Charlotte that you live in and Northport could literally miss the eye and be within this storm band for hours. So, I mean, I'm telling you and telling other listeners, I'm telling people that are willing to hear me, don't go out. You know, you don't know what's right down the road. You could have down trees, you could have down power line, you could have flooding. You know, there's parts of Northport roads are underwater. You know, and I can't imagine what it is toward 41 and Punta Gorda. They just push that water right up into there. So
I mean, our lanai is open, you know, it's open, so you can see what's happening out the back of our house. We're really well protected by the trees, except for the fallen branches.
Right.
But it's really bad.
Well,
there's not going to be power around for quite a while.
And that's part and parcel. So, you know, you do have some provisions, right?
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. We got a generator and stuff, so we're still good.
Okay. Well, you know, you are safe as far as your structure goes. You know, I will just tell it's probably smart to get to know a good contractor early on into this game because you'll be busy for about the next 5 years.
For sure. Yeah, definitely.
And so this is Rob Whitmer, and he is Straight Line Home Improvements. Home repairs. He is now. I'm gonna sing your praises a little bit. He spent the better part of 20 years or more in California doing this kind of work. He was highly touted, highly recommended, but as any good conservative would say, he can't live in California.
Yeah, that's true. That's a true story.
And so he moved to Florida, and believe it or not, Florida is kind of messed up. And he had so many issues trying to get his license. Well, he's licensed, he's bonded, he's everything he needs, and he's just waiting on you. Now, you know, repairs is a good thing. You're not really going to go into building houses, are you?
No. I don't want to do any building anymore. No new construction. I'll do some repairs and stuff like that, but well, I mean, if people need to call and find out what they need to do, that's fine. They can give me a call.
Okay. What's your number?
It's 707-484-8795.
One more time.
707-484-8795.
And you know, I'm not there. I'm up here in the beautiful mountains of North Carolina seeing fall change before my eyes. But I'm having real emotional issues seeing all my friends and family struggling so much. And you are going to be, we mentioned earlier in this conversation that slicing your screen will save your cage, right?
Yep. Rescreening is a lot cheaper than a new cage. So
it is.
Yep. Cut some screens open, and doesn't have to be all of them.
But the issue was in Irma, a lot of people did that, and many people did that they didn't find enough screen in the country to repair everybody. It was sometimes 2 years before you could get rescreened. So what I'm basically saying is that's screen. Now imagine having to get shingles. Imagine having to get, lumber, all these things that you're going to need to repair your home or fix your home up. If you wait, you might be years before you get taken care of. So call Rob, as soon as possible. He's got things he's got to take care of too now. But it's better to get on the schedule than not, right?
Correct. Yep, definitely.
All right. So Rob, how is Sue?
She's good. She's we just got done making dinner, so
what?
She was worried about dinner, so
okay. All right. So listen, I do appreciate you coming on. Rob Whitmer with Straight Line Home Improvements.
Home repairs.
Why do I want to say improvement? I do your taxes and I don't even know how to say it. But give him a call. You got his number. Say it one more time.
Straight Line Home Repairs. It's 707-484 just forgot it. 8795. Sorry.
That licensed contractor.
Yep.
He's not a handyman. He's a licensed contractor. So thank you so much. Stay safe. You're still in it for a few hours, brother.
Oh yeah. Well, thanks, Rich. Thanks for the call.
All right. I'll talk to you.
All right.
Bye. All right. So there you go. Rob, and he's saying right off the top, he's probably only about would say maybe not even a mile from Hillsboro. Hillsboro, just south of Hillsboro in the Port Charlotte area, and I guess I would say, think Charlotte Bank over there on 41, just that general area. I'm not going to tell you where he lives, but that's the general area. So between Hillsboro and Charlotte Bank, in that general vicinity, and he says it's bad. So we're kind of getting an idea. We've talked to RJ at the radio station, which is literally maybe 8 miles away down 41. We were talking there. We've talked to John Rawlings, who lives in Lakeside Plantation. He is having issues. He can't get back on, so he's lost internet. He's lost that. He hasn't told me. He can typically get texting out, so I'll see if he mentioned anything here about any day. Okay. I will. Let me do this real quick. I'm going to call my friends over there and I'll ask, and I might put it on mute here real quick just to ask if I can talk to him. Ted, are you allowing me to use your voice on the radio?
Sure.
Okay. So listening audience, this is Ted and Robin. They're Christmas. They are from the Inglewood, Port Charlotte area, and they evacuated to go down to Naples. And these are the people that I've been talking about. Looks like ABC Action News in Tampa just got struck or something. They lost power. They just went black. All right, so you are down in Naples, Florida, and you were telling me earlier that you are facing some pretty daunting storm surge, even 2 miles from the beach. What's it like right now?
I think the surge is finally kind of stopped or slowed. I mean, it came up really quick for a couple hours, and they went from like nothing to 2 feet within a couple hours.
Now,
I'd say we're at 3 feet now.
Okay.
I think it's stopped.
2 miles inland. I mean, you're not right on the beach, right?
No, we're like 2.8 miles from the beach.
2.8 miles from the beach. Amazing. And you said that y'all were having some pretty severe gusts of wind.
It's still gusting out there pretty good. Not raining anymore.
Okay. I'm looking at the latest radar because ABC Action News came back on. You might be in just a little bit of a lull right now. Not that it's not going to rain anymore. Do you have power yet?
No, we've lost power at 8:30. I don't expect it to be back.
Right. And Northport and where you live in Inglewood is absolutely getting hammered. I don't know if you've been able to listen because phone is really the only thing that you have. I was talking to the radio station manager. He evacuated El Jobin, and you know where El Jobin is, not too far from your house. And he went back into Northport, and he's saying it's terrible in where he's at in Northport. And then I talked to a contractor that you met Rob, and he is just south of Hillsborough Avenue in Port Charlotte, about 8 miles inland from there. And he said that it is absolutely terrible where he's at. There's people lost part of their houses, green porches going away, trees down everywhere, roofs gone. I mean, this isn't a good situation. I don't know that you want to discuss what you were trying to have me call. If not, then I'll make sure I give you a call right back.
No, I was just wondering how your house was doing.
Well, I will say that the latest report, no power. We cannot get dish. So evidently, now my granddaughter said she doesn't know if the dish got pulled off or not. She doesn't know that. But we have lost shingles and parts of the roofing material. So that's, I haven't had any call from her in probably an hour. So I'm going to try to see if I can get in touch with her. But, she's saying, no leaking yet, which is, I guess, a good thing.
That's a good thing.
I will say this. I'm kind of curious about and she's locked up, and I told her, please don't go outside. I mean, she's got hurricane shuttles on every window. She can't see anything outside. But I would not be a bit surprised if our fences are gone, because RJ was saying that the fencing around all the neighbors of the radio station, there is behind the radio station is a residential area, so you can kind of see out that it is, and all of the fences are gone. So I don't know if that's a good thing or bad thing. I mean, I can replace fencing. I can't replace people. So, what I know you talked, and I've mentioned the fact that you had a RV with you and you had to move that. Have you been able to check on that at all?
I did just get back from that, and the bottom is underwater barely. My truck is still out of water, so I'm hoping the truck's going to be good. And I'm hoping the RV, I can't see daylight under it, I'll say that.
Okay, and you are talking about more or less the basement areas. So if you're not familiar with the Class A, usually the bottom area, not where you walk, but underneath that is where your gas tank, your water tanks, but you also have some storage areas. If you think of a bus or whatever, there's areas that you can put stuff in, and those are called your basement storage areas. So, other than now, do you think right at that level, or do you think it is like flooding in there, or do you know? Or
I don't know.
yeah,
The good news is I'm looking at a Ford F-150 four-wheel drive, so it's pretty high, and it's up to the bumper, but it hasn't went any higher since the last 15 minutes.
right.
So that's a good thing.
Okay, so let's take a look at. I'm looking at the latest track. It is wobbling all over the place. It does appear as we speak that Northport, Port Charlotte, and well, I will say Northport, Inglewood, your part of Port Charlotte might never hit the eye. It's kind of now going a little east, so there's a really severe band of rain that's on the I would say the northwest side of the storm, and that is exactly where my house, your house, and Inglewood is. So it looks like that portion is getting ready to come on shore, the worst of that. And after that, it's going to literally calm down a little bit. So if we can get through, the next hour or so, we might be in the better part of bad than the worst part of bad. So
I'm trying to get a hold. I got two neighbors that stayed, and I cannot get a hold. Neither one has responded. So,
well. And I'm just going to say I don't have any knowledge. If anybody listening is in that Gasparilla and McCall area, right there at Super Day, that area, Walmart. I mean, not Walmart, but Publix. That area. Kind of let us know. I've got some people that listen on my radio show from our church. Our church is just right down the road from where you live, and I would be very interested in seeing if there's any issues there. I will say most of the time that we've been here, the wind has been blowing offshore, so I don't necessarily think you've got much of an issue with flooding. It's more going to be wind damage, and I will just say that it hasn't spared the wind, even though it spared the flooding. So that's probably a good thing. I mean, you've told me before that you get quite a bit of fresh water just from rainfall.
Yes, it floods every time it rains. So we kind of worry because Irma got pretty high with no surge.
Right. Okay, so if you happen to, even if I'm not on the radio, please let me know. Okay, I'm seeing this now. Venice, 101 miles an hour, right at basically Inglewood is 121 miles an hour on land. There's 123 mile an hour off the coast, and that's kind of the part that's moving on to shore. So we're not completely out of the wind part. So just be very, very, very careful. I mean, it's not the 150, but and that's going to be coming on. It's going to be onshore winds. So let's hope that doesn't affect flooding right now. It's not going to have the chance, it's going to be a very short period of time if it is blowing onshore. So it might not have enough time to pick up a lot of that water and bring it on shore. So, but listen, I do appreciate you coming on the radio with us and letting people know, even down south. I mean, you weren't in the eye, but oh my gosh, you got hurricane force winds and severe storm surge almost 3 miles inland. And that is what I think is going to surprise a lot of people. You sit there and typically talk about storm surge being something that is close to the water. I mean, you're not too far from a canal, but you're not that close to, major bodies of water. But yet you felt it. And
I'd say Tamiami Trail, I just looked at it, it was probably 3.5 feet deep.
Oh, right where you're at.
Right.
Wow. 3.5 feet deep on Tamiami Trail, US 41 in Naples. That should tell you. I mean, So getting out, I mean, one of the things Ted said, man, we're kind of locked here. We're kind of stuck. And so for all the people wanting to get out, you don't know what it's going to be like a mile down the road, and you could run into 3.5 feet. And I've said this before: if you're getting destruction, then you might have things in that water that isn't exposed that could be destroying your tires and tearing up your vehicle. And now you're going to be stuck without a vehicle when you could just sit down, let the people do what they're going to do, and hopefully they're not going to throw you out of that hotel, would they?
I don't think they can. We can't go nowhere.
Well, you ain't getting me out. All right. So, Ted, thank you so much. Tell Robin I said hey. And give the girls big hugs and kisses.
Yeah, they want to go outside to go potty. There's no grass within sight.
and mine are looking at me like, Daddy, it's nice outside. How come we're not walking? So, all right, you take it easy, be safe, and we'll talk.
Okay.
Thanks so much. Ted Chrisman and Robin, they are they're Inglewood, Port Charlotte residents. Neither one of those are cities, so it's kind of just a general area, right? Think of Super Day, that general vicinity, Gulf Cove, South Gulf Cove area. Anyway, and they saw the light and said, hey, this doesn't look good. And they decided they were going to vacate the premises and head to, okay, so I'm seeing some current winds. Northport at about 63 miles an hour. So that's good. Inglewood at 85 miles an hour. Venice at 100 miles an hour. Osprey is about 78 miles an hour. So maybe we're starting to wind down the worst of the winds. It never can be soon enough. But, it's not over with. There are still some windy areas. You can see Venice is still over 100 miles an hour. Mayaca City, 112 miles an hour. Arcadia, 110 miles an hour. Wow. So, not just right at the shore. It's not right around the bay. So be careful. Stay tuned. I'm going to get out of here for a little bit. It's been 3.5 hours I've been on, and I need a break. So I'm going to go take the girls for a walk. I think we might have seen the worst of this, but again, no reason to go out. If there's that much destruction, you take your vehicle out and you run over something that puts a hole in the tire, you're going to be without a vehicle. So let the professionals come in and kind of clean out, or you walk up and down. If it's your road, walk up and down and get the debris out of the road when it's safe, when there's not tropical storm winds, when there's not, live wires hanging down. Just be careful, okay? I know this is kind of frustrating and you want to get out and you want to do whatever. There's not going to be anything open. So the only thing you're going to do is going to, looky-loo, and looky-loos are always the ones that cause accidents, right? So stay in and prepare, I guess I should say, prepare for some major flooding. I mean, Zolfo Springs has already had 7.65 inches. Bartow, which is right where the Peace River kind of starts, 8.3. Lake Wells at 10.2. All of that water, Mayaca City at 3.95. All that water flows into the Mayaca and the Peace River watershed, and it's going to make its way down to us in Port Charlotte and Northport. So, we're not over it by a long shot. Okay. All right. So I'm getting off of here. Thank you so much for paying attention. And again, I will say, if anybody needs to get a message out and you can text me, please do. And I'll make sure I get that message to whoever, phone call or whatnot. I am up here in Franklin, North Carolina, perfectly safe. got great weather, and guess what? All the internet I need, so I can stay informed and help you stay informed. So thank you so much for listening. I am Rich Suggs for KDWRadio.com. Thank you, John Rawlings, for giving me the opportunity to do this. And after that, all I've got to say is peace. See ya.